Hello everybody, this is Enchanted LifePath TV and we are live. live. I'm gonna check my mic. Check we don't have any cracking cases type issues. Nope, we are fine. We do all these checks before we go live and then we just get scared a little bit and do it again just as we're live. So yeah, no errors for the next 45 minutes, just straight in there. Basically, how is everyone? Do you know what? This has taken me an absolute week to write this article. It is linked in the description. Sorry, in the pinned comment. I haven't put it in the description. Oh yeah, it's in the description. It's just not pinned in comments down here because I haven't gotten on yet. Yeah, where's my mic? My mic's all the way over here. Hello, is there anybody out there? Name that film. Name that film. Who's the first person who can name that film? Hello! Is there anybody out there? Right, I'm just going to wet me whistle. Hello Zoots, good to see you. Hello Crimes, hello Diana as well. And Marie, and We Can Be Free came in with the first answer. Ozzy, is that someone else saying that I sound like Ozzy Osbourne? I'll wait a couple of minutes while I'm still having my cup of tea, just to see who gets the answer to that quick little no. It was a movie. I'll say the quote one more time. Hello! Wait there, I'll add more effects and I bet you get it now. Hello! It's meant to be echoing more now. Is there anybody out there? It's Titanic. It was Titanic. These are all shit. At the end, when Rose is hugging this big massive door that could fit about 100 people on, and poor Jack sitting there in the water freezing up. You're gonna grow to be an old woman, Rose. Just let me on that fucking big fucking massive door with you, and I can live to be an old man with you as well. And she's like, ah. And then he dies and she lives till she's about 200 to tell this story about the Titanic film that James Cameron's done. Holy shit, what a turn of events that was. Madness. But anyway, we're not here to talk about Titanic, even though we could briefly for a moment as we go through the article, but I haven't gone on and banged on about this year in this article, and I hope that, hello Vids, hello. I hope that I've done it justice, to be honest with you, because I know I had a shitload. I had like 165 tabs open just doing this article, and I know that number because when I closed them all it warned me you were about to close it, and I was like, yeah, shut them all now, get them out my face, I'm done. And they're all linked in the article anyway, which is here. Hello Mumbai, which is here. As we can see, it is titled Burning Man. Ritual Decoded, September 2023, and the end days. Okay, so now what this is going to be as well, for anyone who's wondering, this is going to serve as a precursor for me to then get stuck into Maui. Maui is mentioned on this article, and I could have probably blended it in a lot more, but I just never, I had that many little topics that I wanted to hit on. And I know for a fact I'm going to be reading this through and think, shit, I forgot that and I forgot this, and I've got loads of screenshots, etc. But I think there's enough laid out here for us to pose some questions, point out some synchronicities in the occult between Burning Man, Egypt, Israel, different belief systems, Roman, Greek, Egyptian, Mesopotamian, which is just Babylon basically. So yeah, if no one's ever seen me do much work like this, basically this is one of my very strong points within my research and niche, and I pretty much enjoy it, and I've done nothing over the last couple of years in this regard, hardly, a little couple of things, but this is yeah, this is the precursor into Maui, this We Can Be Free. For the last like few weeks I've just been dying just to start covering other things, because Maui, as we all know, I have everyone looking out for the 88s, don't I? The 88 days and all these synchronicities, and Maui was on 88. So as soon as that happened I was there like, oh, I need to dive on this, but sometimes I just literally haven't got the energy for something, for whatever that may be. and it just coincides with not particularly just having the energy, but sometimes I do just watch everything. I do watch everything still. Keep my eye on a lot of shit. I'm not just sitting here glued to like Summer Wells stuff and all that. I watch that many different things every single day. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hours and hours and hours always taking info in. So yeah, hopefully I have got enough info stored to pull something off about Maui for us as well and make that enjoyable. But again, this is a precursor. This is me sort of trying to shake off all my rust and get myself like back going again, because there's loads of things which are just just forget, where you just like forgot more than you know, basically, as the saying goes. So like loads of little explanations for like one that I haven't put in here is for Saturn is the L-E-L, and the way that means laws, is it? See, I shouldn't be saying like laws, is it? Blah blah blah. But I've got enough explanations of Saturn in here, but I never put the L one in, E-L, which connects then to Saturn, and also what other ones didn't I put in? The ox and shit like that, which is around, there was like 144,000 oxes and bulls sacrificed in the Bible. I think that's the right number as well. I know that number keeps popping up, so it might have been 22,000. But anyway, I don't want to start tripping myself up on things that I'm not fresh on, just because of the nature of the past 2 years, basically. But it did feel good to do this and just, as I said, shake some of the dust off, and then the next one will be easier and easier, and just opens my eyes again, just to be able to see all the things which we're going to be covering as we move through this article, which is pretty much in depth. It's, hello Dave, hello mate, great one, 11 done in Glasgow, witchcraft, SRA, oh yeah, you've just reminded me, that popped up, didn't it, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, that's trial, Dave, good to see you as well, mate. That's something that I will pull up, that, because whenever there's court cases, all the people who deny this stuff happens. One of the best sources that I've always done, just to play it down, yeah, you did, Mary, you did, you're spot on, you did, is just pulling up what incidents where there's been actual court cases around them, etc. It's harder for people to say, oh no, you're full of shit then, you know. So nice one for reminding me about that, and nice one for sending me it in the first place, Mary. That is something that I definitely will drag up. There's 13 watching, I don't like that. We need someone else to come. 14, thank you. But anyway, yeah, what Dave's saying there is true. It's true. And there's them articles around. Just Google that, basically, any of the keywords in there. Glasgow witchcraft, SRA trial, or just witchcraft trial. And that is true, that's happening. It's ongoing right now, unless it's closed up, but I don't think it would have. Insane. My mic's that sensitive, you probably heard me taking big swigs in my cup of tea there. But I'm going to get going in a couple of moments. Just say hello, just say our hellos to people more. I haven't missed anyone out, have I? Zoots, thanks for making it over. And that's what that's the way you say, yeah, it's a massive task, but you bring it all together so well. It's that's why it's tedious writing when I'm writing, and then what I've ended up doing in it is there was parts where I had to like sort of make loads of points, and instead of making the point and then writing about it for about 10 paragraphs, I just started just adding like, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sentences or something. And the reason why I'm writing mostly in sentences here and not paragraphs is because of the screenshots that are in between. I've got to like separate the screenshots a bit, and when I haven't got to really put that much info in between them, instead of just doing one paragraph and then a screenshot, just to make the article a little bit easier on the eye, if anything. That's why I've written in more just sentences and 1 and 2 bursts mainly. There's not many full paragraphs in here that are like 3, 4, 5, but that doesn't matter. That's just that just helps me out at the end. Yeah, there's Marie utilising the use of the what seems to be mod status, but really it's just for people to share info like that. Yeah, as well. 1 second. Hello, Borrowed Angel. Hello. And Hippie Chick. Good to see you in here. Good to see you in here. You'll enjoy this one. This is old school. Well, it's not even old school. It's just like, hasn't been much of this done for the past 2 years. But anyway, people are starting to come in, so I'll start to read this now. It is published today as well. There's a point where today's date becomes prominent as well, because CERN was first fired up 13 years ago. So yeah, this date sort of comes into the timeline now. There's what I haven't, I'm not sure if I've explained the hex and the hexagons, and the bees and the honeybees and the beehives. Shit, I haven't. But anyway, yeah, so there's something which I can just add to the article. So anyone who comes over and reads it in future, I'll be adding any little things that I forgot to put in there. Burning Man Festival turns into mud bath. And you know what the last thing was? Because the first thing that he opened, the first thing that he done on this whole thing before he even jumped into the maps was type in mud in the Bible, and there was a load of good scriptures in there to use. And then at the end, at the very end, before I was like, shall I go and do mud in the Bible? And I was like, no, I can't even be arsed. Even though it's all over it, but yeah, I can just open the scripture or something and just read it off and just say what my opinion is later. When we get there. Hello, Rick. They stopped all that, didn't they, around about 2020, which is when 2020, obviously not double vision, just 2020 vision, isn't it? 2020 vision. And if you can remember in my pandemonium videos back then, one of the things which I pointed out was how the confused.com advert for 2019 going into 2020 showed you all confusion and everything and all. There was loads of little things. Now, one of the things that they did put in there as well, I was thinking about this the other day, was there's a UFO, aliens, and now the way they're all talking all this shit about aliens. And yeah, Marie, just reminded myself there, I want to talk to you about something on that topic. So that's for another day, definitely. Because the way I just see the aliens thing, there may be something out there somewhere, I don't know. But I just don't think that they show up in these UFOs. I just think they're completely man-made. So I don't believe none of this bullshit that they're all pushing at the moment about aliens and UFOs, and they've caught UFOs. Because if I look at UFOs from like the 1950s, this is always my argument. They always look like they're like designs in eggshell white. Look, that's 1950s materials, designs, that's man-made. Whatever that he picks in here is man-made. Why would you be some intellectual race from like 1 billion miles away and fly all the way here, bending time and space and coming through fucking hyperbelts and all sorts of crap, just to show up in this rickety old thing that looks the equivalent of a car in the 50s, or this here? Why? In 1950s materials, in 1950s colours and shit. Well, you see what now, it'll have LEDs all over it, show up like Blackpool illuminations. And why would you bend all that time and space to get here? Just to, in so much secrecy and being able to conceal yourself and then show up and be like, lights and all that. I don't know, but again, that's just the UFO element. I just do not believe that these man-made crafts have got anything to do with anything from another planet. And that's not such an opinion on aliens. That's just more so over towards the UFO side of things. But look, like this type of shit, do you know what I mean? Look at it, it's fucking awful. Absolutely awful. You can see, look how welded it is. What did he do in space? Get the welders out, start welding these fucking things together? No. That's just my opinion. It's already been disclosed they were making planes. And when you look at the Black Ops and the Helen, hello, just seeing your name in there as well. Yes, hello. Glad you've made it. Octavia as well. And see, what's this? What's the name that? Can you write your name that I can never read? Please. The one that says AF at the start, but really it should be the end, I think. I can't ever read it, but I just say AF, even if it's a backwards upside down one. LOL, those welding these things together. Look, you can see that there, seams coming apart at the seams. The UFO story, literally. Look, what the fuck's this? Trying to tell me that this is what people show up from other planets in. And then you get to like the 2020s design UFOs and look at this. It's just like the TVs in the 50s and versus the TV now. Look at this. This is one of the pictures that used to always get me as well. Now I don't know whether any of these pictures are real or just mock up bullshit, but they all seem to be a little bit shit. I wouldn't get in that and expect to be able to fly anywhere. I'd expect it to crash into the ground like that. But we're not here to listen about my opinion on aliens anyway, are we? We're here because of this article and Burning Man. So let's just have a look at the chat. Just don't want to miss anyone else out. Rick, Helen, Borrowed Angel, please remember to hit the like button. It's already been disclosed they were making planes for space. Yeah. Yep. He said the Black Funds as well. The Black Funds. Hippie Chick says, gotta say, I love to listen to his voice. But then there's another one up here which says, you know I love this stuff. And yeah, this is a little bit of a chill out and a little nod to all my old subscribers as well, and even the new ones who may just find something that they quite like and find interesting. Remember as well, any keywords through this article, something takes your interest and you don't really know something about it, could be anything, could be any word, just research that word or whatever it is, and that's how you just... I'm not telling anyone how to research because most of the people in this community do know how to research, but yeah, there's the pointer in what to go and do, just to get your answers, search for answers, find more questions, as we say on Enchanted LifePath TV. Yeah, this whole new UFO agenda, I just think it's tying into this time now. I think, the way this article is talking about the end times and timelines and all this shit, I think that's just why they started propping it up, and I was thinking this when they started doing the, what is it? The Vegas, where a UFO is meant to have landed in a backyard in Vegas. I was thinking, oh fuck, this is some sort of Beast of Revelation end times fuckery, this. And lo and behold, I just still think that, basically, that's what I think. And then Project Bluebeam. Would you really need to do Project Bluebeam when you can just use drones? Just big polystyrene drones that look like this, with lasers on them, or bombs planted all around the place, and then you just fly a big polystyrene drone over like this big huge thing though. Make it the same size as Independence Day if you want, fuck it. But it's polystyrene, but it just looks real in the sky, and people are going, ah, and running down the street, shitting themselves. And then lasers are coming off it like a light show or something. And then buildings are blowing up like the White House in Independence Day, but really it's just all bombs everywhere or something. Could just blag it like that without even having to use holograms, couldn't they? He could. I'm more concerned what lies beneath the water. Beneath the water is good shout, Helen, because that's what they do. They have everyone looking up, and if they're telling you to look to the right, it's going to come to the left. So if they're telling you to look up, look down. Yeah. How? But if they're coming from other planets with different time and space warps and shit and different time, like the time doesn't act the same on the fucking sun as it does here on Earth. All the planets have got different time. So how did he manage to stay so in time with human trends, these things as well, considering that they're flying here from fucking warped realities? I don't know warp speed. They're flying here warp speed from different realities or dimensions or whatever the fuck it is that they're meant to be doing. But the blue beams don't burn blue yards, use blue UN helmets and the white hats. That's a good point, isn't it? With the Operation Blue Beam, and then the all the shit that we've seen with the blue over in Maui. And speaking of Maui anyway, and certainly I know that she's not in Maui, but certainly Hawaii though. Just a little nod to H, and if she's not in here now, when she does come and have a little watch, that one was for you. Yeah, Stonehenge is a modern, it is, isn't it? Got built on it, like they've rebuilt it. I don't, yeah, same with Stonehenge. I've seen evidence to suggest that that's all bullshit as well. These lying pagans. Anyway, speaking of lying pagans, let's get going, shall we? The Burning Man festival has often caught the attention of many people who, and if that music's too much for you, just let me know and I'll knock it off, okay? Just say, yeah, it's a bit distracting or something, whatever. But the Burning Man festival has often caught the attention of many people who observe these events and point out any occult or ritualistic factors that may be hidden in plain sight. I am no different, and when the 2023 Burning Man festival turns into another mass media energy harvesting extravaganza, ensuring the eyes of the world were watching, I just knew this was going to be another one of those weeks, or should I say windows. Cool, background music's okay. Octavia having a laugh, speaking of lying pagans. So here is Burning Man. I could have put a little bit more attention on this as well, come to think of it, the actual thing. But I think I sort of do a bit anyway. Yeah, what I'm seeing here is like a little bit of a crowned object, but it looks like horns, but then it also looks like crowns. So as I was saying the other day, this is like the burning of Jesus, but it's also like a wicker man, and then it's also like a big giant, which could be like Nimrod, and then you've got like the big Baal elements as well, going back to Beltane, etc. So there's all sorts of things jumbled up into this mashup of bullshit from these people. Look at these here. Just the I think they're like chimneys where fire's going to come out of it or something like that. So I'm not sure what year that picture's from. At face value, Burning Man is just a festival full of hippies and new age expressionists. I don't even know if that's a word, you know, to be honest with you. I just thought whether I made it up, but it sounds right. With a do as thou wilt theme at the heartbeat of the event. Mud at festivals is nothing new, and festival goers understand that it goes hand in hand with events like this, not just those set in the desert. So when I'm making the video out of all of this, I'm going to be showing you like some screenshots of like festivals here in the UK. Every one of them is a mud bath. So when the news are ramping all this hysteria up and being like people are trapped and all that, I'm just watching it like, not really, it's just a normal festival. You know, I've been to festivals and this has happened. It pissed down well more than that. And yeah, it's just one of them things, comes hand in hand with festivals, doesn't it? Anyone from the UK. In the States you might not get like that much rain in the middle of summer in the festivals in the middle of the desert, but certainly every single festival here is a washout. Yep. So why are we being bombarded with biblical references such as Exodus and people being trapped when in reality they still had days left there before the Burning Man was set on fire, the whole point of the festival? So no one wanted to leave really, did they? Shiny Shay, hello, good evening, glad you've made it as well. Back to normal, a little report that's back to normal for you. You don't have to sit there listening to anything to do with Summer Wells for the next however long this takes me. So as stated, it is the media who are on. This has only just started as well. Shani, I'm only like 2, 3. Yeah, that's it. That's where I'm up to. So as stated, it is the media who are on hand to push propaganda and rile up mass hysteria and exaggerate to ensure the world generates fabricated emotions. So they're the ones telling us, oh yeah, we've all got to keep watching this event and Exodus and 70,000 people trapped and they're getting a bowler and there's people dying and all this fucking absolute bullshit. What came out today? You know, it was just bullshit. As I said, people go to festivals and it pisses down, and then in this country, all the girls and everyone, when they're all going to festivals, they all wear wellies, fucking welly boots, you know, and take umbrellas and rain fucking max and everything, still dance around in hot pants but in wellies and fucking raincoats and shit. So that's why I just weren't buying all the hysteria. I was just like, yeah, you're not fucking getting me to think anything fucking serious is happening over there. But it's the layout though. It's the layout. A lot of the people who were there may not be like pagans or occult or shit like this. Yeah, wellies and tongues, Helen. But certainly the people who who set up the design of the place, the people who put pyramids all over the place, the people who make it a welly is a Wellington boot. I'm not sure what you'd call them in America if they're not the same thing. Wellington boots. But like in Liverpool we shorten everything slang, so they become wellies. A rubber boot, yeah, what you wade around in mud in, or if you, yeah, that's the one. Yep. Hunter wellies. So, right, massive area, and what that also is, then you can know the energy harvesting that comes from it. They get the eyes of the world all focusing their attention on one thing, and then all the energy from that one focal point can then be harvested by these freaks who are sitting there reveling in it all. So that's why I say the people who design the layout, the people who put pyramids everywhere, the people who put it inside a big massive pentagon, and which you can fit a pentagram in, Baphomet's head and all this, you've seen it all in my vids in the build-up, just while I've been firing little vids out for you, just to so you've got something while I've been majorly busy on this, basically. So this happens around any event or incident, whether it's staged or a natural occurrence. So the term "never let a good crisis go to waste" comes to mind. But there's not many things on that clan. Oh, that's something else I wanted to write about. Black scrying mirrors. Scrying mirrors. And fucking TVs and phones and shit. But maybe I'll just hit on that point. So when I saw the media doing all they could to place attention on this year's Burning Man more than ever, I knew that we would have to look deeper than face value and go beneath the surface of what we were seeing play out in Nevada. We all know that idol worship is a sin, so what can be more sinful than worshipping a giant for 7 days of creation in brackets before burning it to the ground like a big celebration of Baal? And I say giant there, obviously, when you're looking into like, you know, the giants in the Bible, and what that thing was that he burnt, a big fucking giant thing, and before burning it to the ground like a celebration of Baal. All subjects we're going to be getting into. So straight into the first bit of scripture on the article is Exodus chapter 20 verses 4 to 6, which states which is about the Israelites were prohibited from making an idol or from making any likeness of what is in heaven above or on the earth or in the water under the earth. And that goes back to what you said before, H there, Helen, or in the water under the earth. It tells you there, tells you right there. In other words, nothing in the created natural world was to be represented or worshipped as God. Israel was not to worship them or serve them. Now again, people might be confused like what my take is on all of this. If I do a Bible decode like this, it's because people all over the world believe it, and certainly the people in power, but the people in power are satanic little shills, and just shills is the wrong word, shits would have been better, and they believe in it, and that's why they carry out all this shit. Now they do want to recreate the world of God's image, but in Satan's image, so that's why I spend a lot of time watching Bible stuff and listening to it all the time, because a lot of people around the world like believe in it, adhere to it, live their life by it, but seem to want to just ignore things, or if not ignoring things, act it out. Like I say, I think the satanic side of things, they act the Bible out like a script, so then people think it's prophecy, but really it's not. It's like the satanic prophecy, if you want, and I've just coined that phrase myself, I think, I don't know, but it's when you've got all these demons acting things out, say like 2023 now till 2030, there's a 7 years of tribulation right there. That's what this article is saying that we're heading into now, right now, this window that we're in, but it may not be. I mean, like, Jesus may not come out of the clouds and all this shit, but these freaks, these devils, can certainly make our lives a living misery for the next 7 years, and you bet your bottom dollar that's what's going to happen. You can bet your bottom dollar that's what's going to happen, and then when we get to 2030, it's going to get even worse. So, yeah, that's why I do this, that's why I do what I do. So the first thing I did was go and look at the location of Burning Man at Black Rock City on Google Earth. Yeah, Google Earth. Michelle Hope in hell, not Google Maps on a shitty Chromebook. And it did not take long to start seeing things that were very riddled in the occult. Remember, occult means hidden. Burning Man pentagon conceals a pentagram. The perimeter of Black Rock City is a fence to keep rubbish inside the venue, but it's also in the shape of a pentagon, as can be seen below. So here is the shape of the pentagon here. What I've done on this screenshot is I've put these arrows outside, away from the actual line where the pentagon is, so you can see it. Basically, so you can't just say, oh, you just put that there. You can just put that shape anywhere and it looks like that's what's there. But no, there's the actual lines, okay? About fucking 60 meters back, or 60 feet back or something, probably. I don't really know, might be 10 feet. But anyway, there. This is a pentagon shape which then houses the city of Black Rock City, which is in Black Rock Desert. Black Rock is also, you've got the black stone in Mecca that I never bit into this article as well. See, there's about another 50 things for me to put in, but I'm at a point here where I can more than do a good presentation for you. So here is the pentagon. We all know what that is. There's that shape there. Again, just a better look at it. Black Rock. See here, you can see the outline on there. And again, I've just put down these lines on the outside. We do have a better, closer look at it in a moment. The pentagon shape is notable because you can fit a pentagram within it perfectly. Within a pentagram, we often see a goat head, which is Satan. This is not a good start for Burning Man. Why was I not surprised? So then, there's that. I made a video to show you how the goat's head aligns with Black Rock City. In the video, we can see how the inverted crucifix that forms the spine of the pentagram runs right through certain points on the map that begin to tell us the story of what is hidden in plain sight at the festival. Before we get to the video, you may also notice how the goat-headed Satan also appears to have inverted horns. The upper 2 points being more like a traditional Satan. I'll show you what I mean. Oh no, it's coming. So the 2 upper points being more like traditional Satan horns, but the second set give it the effect of ram's horns. So these coming down, these ones, and that's Pan with the feet of a goat, feet and legs of a goat, etc. The Greek gods of nature, but then that's just like what they say, because to be nice about it, Greek gods of bestiality, there's a few horrible words in there, child sacrifice, all this sort of horrible shit. Also the cult of Pan. Read the Bible, read the scriptures when Jesus went to go and visit the cult of Pan. Took his disciples with him, said, we've heard about this moody cult, let's go and have a little mooch at these, let's go and check them out. So they did, they went and checked them out. The image above is of Pan, who is the Greek god of nature, and the cult of Pan followers partake in twisted perversions that include bestiality, I've put there. It should have A in it, obviously, beastie, and then ality, and child, a CA, as well as sacrifice. Pan has the legs and hooves of a goat, as well as horns which are often shown in the shape of ram's horns. The Roman equivalent of Pan is Faunus, the Egyptian is Sinunos, the Egyptian god Amun-Ra was depicted with ram horns also. This is a Baphomet satanic goat head which depicts Ram, another horn deity accredited to Satan. Now, just for the purposes, I know a lot of the people watching now will have seen this video, but I'm going to play it again. I'm gonna have to play it again. Just let me just go to full screen though. Hello. Right, I'm gonna knock my mic off and just play this video for a couple of moments. Okay, so if we just bring it back here a moment. Right, just bring it back around here a moment when we see the ram's head. Just let me just go forward a bit more. Just no, that's not the best example. Let me just see if I put the screenshot in here. What I want to show you. This. Just what I want to just explain now a sec. I'm going to get into it in the article, but this is what. When I was saying about the pointed horns. Oh. Music's too loud to me. What I was saying about the pointed horns is we've got the two normal, like more traditional devil horns here, but then this one here, this is what I was talking about, which gives this, it sort of gives it a ram look about it, like with the ram's horns. So when I said before, earlier, we've got the three traditional sets of horns and then the ram's horns. Ram is another name of Satan as well. Just another one of these satanic deities, Ram. So that's what I was dragging out of this as well. This is the first video that I've done on the timeline. I have turned my mic back on, haven't I? I've got a hotkey for it on my mouse now, so it's quicker than the keyboard. So the next thing I looked at was the actual layout of the various Burning Man locations at Black Rock Desert in Nevada. And of course, it got even more cryptic very fast. Look at this monstrosity before our eyes. It is a black sun with a hole in it, complete with 13 rays along with a pyramid. That's what we're looking at here. We've got this like base of a pyramid here. Even if that bottom is still curved, you can see like just the way it's taking a triangle effect. And then the sun, the pyramids would be on the ground. The sun, the black sun would be in the sky, obviously. Here's your 13 rays. And then you've got two channels here. Two paths, one comes in the bottom. And I'm calling it the bottom because this is the pyramids on it's the pyramid side on the ground. So there's one path there, and then you've got another one comes right through here, and then you've got the 13 rays, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, but there's a 14th in here, as we're going to see in the article as well as a right on now, but that then goes up this way here, which I'm seeing like a big route, like what we see at the Vatican, etc. So I'll show you this now. Look, the 14th ray is in the location that would appear to be similar to the cutout point for protection within a magic circle, which is used in witchcraft. And witchcraft comes from hex then, doesn't it, which then connects into Saturn, so we start to see a little heartbeat of Saturn right through this article. Look at the Knights Templar cross there, sneaky. Oh, there's a practitioner, there's a demon, he's in a magic circle. That point there in a magic circle would be like a cutout. So we also see a theme of as above so below playing out. This layout also makes me think of doorways or windows, veils, that theme again. I did mention windows at the start. So below the pyramid we see what can be viewed as an entrance, a pathway for energy, a portal maybe. This runs from what is the bottom of the goat head near its mouth, chin, region of the pentagram. I'll get to there now. What way they are designed. The line then travels directly through the pyramid and the black sun in the centre before heading up towards the protection cutout area that would be a magic circle. It then continues on its path towards what is marked as above and out into that area. So where's that there? I'm sorry for reading most of that while you didn't have the visuals on the screen. I would have much rather you did. But so where's below here? There's that path what I was talking about, and then comes up. It's this. It comes down from the sky. And then if say like this was a Freemasonic sort of layout as well, because what they do, they have the 4 elements, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's something else that I wanted to write about in here as well. But I never, but it's okay, still shitloads in. 4 elements, earth, wind, water, fire, with the 5th element being spirit, light, that it comes down. So if that was then split up into the 3 Masonic thing, it could be coming from coming from above. Or below, I'm not too, like, either way, whatever way you want to observe it, basically. 13 rays as above, there, so below here, pyramid, black sun. This then extends out into what is a similar layout to that which we see at the Vatican, a keyhole, a gateway, that word again. So every time I mention these little keyholes or gateways or doors or something, I'm just going to hint at that because it is a progressive hint that carries on right through the article until the very last paragraph. So, I don't need you to remind you that a key is used to open doors, but I will for good measure as you take this in this information. So then this is what I'm talking about with this route and this sort of keyhole shape here at the Vatican, St. Peter's Basilica. Go down here, and then there's the keyhole there. If you can see that, this shape sort of like a keyhole shape with the obelisk in the middle. Okay, the obelisk we get to later, which is the phallic symbol, which is then denoted from the story of Nimrod, and Nimrod getting chopped up, the giant getting chopped up into loads of pieces, and his body getting spread out all over the lands as a warning to anyone else who might want to pull some of Nimrod's stunts, as in building the Tower of Babel, even though it wasn't God who killed Nimrod. And then his wife went around gathering all the body parts. The same story is told within Isis and Osiris as well, I think it is, but we get to that as well now. And basically the only part that they could not find of the body of Nimrod was the you know what. So basically that's why we see this symbol all over the world. That's what they're all like celebrating, and that's why they're all P-E-R-V-E-R-T-S as well, if you know what I mean. That's why all you see is all this adultery and all these links to like sex and people just being perverted, basically. Just another one of these devils. Christmas tree as well, another phallic symbol, which is just placed up in people's homes all around the world every single year in the Saturnalia. I didn't even write about Saturnalia much in this as well, Saturn's Day. But there's a load of like information about Saturn right through it, but that's one thing that I definitely did want to write about. I ended up in a rush at the end, basically, and just wanted to get it done so I could get live tonight before the 11th, because I didn't want to miss my own deadline. But yeah, so that's what we're seeing here. And again, I just think that this layout is the same sort of thing as what we're seeing here in the designs. You know, the path, the route there. The root of the ritual. Speaking of the Vatican a moment, and keyholes with alignments to monuments or locations set within occult surroundings, let me show you the Aventine keyhole. A website paying tribute to the Aventine keyhole speaks of doorways and views that align to St. Peter's Basilica. The keyhole is located on the Aventine Hill, which is one of the 7 hills of Rome. 7 is a very important number and is arguably the most important number in the Bible. It is the number of perfection, creation. So now we see a theme of 7 days of creation, don't we? Right through this whole Burning Man event, they show up, they spend 7 days there, they take all the creations there, and at the end of the week they burn them all down. And Helen's right there, Purple Rain, Saturnalia, L-E-L, like I spoke about at the start of the live stream. 7 is a very important number and is arguably the most important number. It is the number of perfection, creation associated to the 7 days of creation. At Burning Man, they spend 7 days showing off their creations in a city that they create for 7 days. Another 7 days of creation right there. There is also the 7 lamps on the temple of Menorah. There is a jubilee year every 49 years, which is 7 times 7. That number 77 was also associated to Donald Trump. That fact is not about Trump, but well, that is still a fact, but the 7 times 7, that fact is very important as we make our way through this article, so keep it in your thoughts. Now what we're looking at here is the doorway which holds the key, the Aventine keyhole, and there's what you see when you look through the keyhole, St. Peter's Basilica, bang, right in the middle of it. Here's the building, look at the Knights Templar star on the top, I didn't even notice that. You've got your 4 pillars, just looks like the entrance to Solomon's temple basically, as they all do with the pillars. I'm just looking to see what else is on here. You can see faces, which are all just Satan, and yeah, that's quite striking. There's the sun in the middle, like what we see in the window at, or black sun maybe, could also be a moon, but just wondering if it's a black sun with the colouring. You've also got, I forgot where my mind was going then, but I can move on quick. So you've got this keyhole here. Remember, all the images on this article and right throughout the website link through to the original source. So if you click the original source there, that will open into the article which talks about it. But I've took the main quotes anyway and quoted the article here. So it's called, the article where it's from is Atlas Obscura. So the website states, a nondescript green door, which is this, at the end of a cul-de-sac features a stunningly well-framed, if comically tiny, view consisting of 2 nation-states and 1 country, with the dome of St. Peter's Basilica perfectly situated at the centre. The doorway in question leads to the priory of the Knights of Malta. So look, that's why we see that's why we see that on top of the thing. Yep, okay, I get it. The legendary Crusader Knights and religious order. So, interesting. I'm just going to just check on using, yes, 7 chakras, 7 continents, 7 alibis, 7-day Adventists. There's also, as we say, the 7 hills of Rome, 7 days in the week, 7 days of creation, etc. That is, isn't it? The greens are in, oh my god, yeah. Yeah, you're right there, Shani. Good shout. The green door. Ah, there was another one of them in Liverpool as well. Holy shit, you've just reminded me of that. Now, I was watching, anyone from the UK will understand what I'm talking about, but what's that woman's name? That hideous woman. And she was in Shameless. Oh my word, someone help me out. What's her name? It's gone out of my head and I talk about it quite a lot, but just to one of my friends. What's her name in Shameless? Her name is Mimi in Shameless. I don't want to say, like, I don't want to describe her. But anyway, whatever. She said on a podcast last week, her name will come back to me in a minute. She's all over me, James Bulger article, etc. She said that on Christmas Day, someone got killed in the back. Yeah, Tina Malone. Thank you, Shani. Yeah, Tina Malone. So, Tina Malone said that on Christmas, when she was a kid, she was all rich and everything. She used to have all fancy stuff. She was going on holidays. They had loads of televisions in the house when no one else did. And she felt embarrassed that people would, when people would come around, like her friends from school, etc. This is when she was a kid. Yeah, she was. Yeah, Helen. Yeah. And so yeah, she was just painting herself up to be a little bit of a snob, basically. But she said that she lived in like this, it was like a very posh part of the city centre or something. She lives in like a fucking big building and whatever. And she said on Christmas Day, her brother went out in the back and found a dead body of a woman who works at night. Let's just say that. I can say the word prostitute, can't I? And basically she was dead. So he said that he phoned the police and said, oh, there's a dead person, there's a dead woman outside the back. And yeah, she was obviously a prostitute. And Tina Malone like joked that she said, the police said to me, oh really, oh you're trying to pull the other one type of thing. She went, no. So then the police did come out and blah blah blah, all got sealed off. But when I went and read into the story then, it was called the Green Door murder. And the Green Door was where it was a door like around about that street, wherever it was that Tina Malone lived, that was like a door to somewhere where prostitutes used to like go through the door, and then that's where they conduct the work. So yeah, the Green Door murders actually took place in Liverpool as well, and that's in relation to, if anyone's just jumping in now, the Green Door in Vegas is a 24-hour walk in Orgy Club, and that's just in relation to going on about this 2 sets of green doors. I'm not even sure if it's green, to be honest with you. Yeah, still all this here, this green, but that's come from, isn't it? Dave says IHS got a building in London on the Mile. It's the same. It's same status. Is that status? Same status as the Vatican. Same status. And that's yeah. But it was just a bit strange as to, like, did she go? I don't know. Did she go in the Green Door and then obviously, like, that's being a house, and then she's been thrown out the back door on that house? Or, like, I don't know, I was sort of thinking, like, if this door leads to, like, an entry or something. An entry is an alleyway, sorry. An alleyway, but no, obviously, I must have been late when I was having these stupid thoughts, because, yeah, it's just being a brothel, hasn't it, with the Green Door. And it's obviously got a back door then, and that's what's happened. I just want to get to a couple of your comments, so I'm not leaving anyone out. 7 Seas, oh yeah, nice one. 7 Sisters. Father of the Jib, 7 Seals. Oh yeah, that's what you meant, 7 Seals, not 7 Seas. Knights Templars, says H. 7 Chakras was Shiny. All the 7s around avatar names avoid. Yep, like the Plague. Xmas, Satan's Claws, Pandora's Box. I forgot to put X in. X on Twitter, and me Twitter screenshots and Burning Man, just because X is the symbol for Burning Man with a dot above it for the head, and X is the symbol for Twitter, but then X is the Greek word for, what is it? X means Christ. Now Saturn as well, but look, so can you see where Saturn starts, like, defiling this? So the X comes from the Greek letter Chi, which is the first letter of the Greek word Christos, which means Christ. Which means lit, anointed, covered in oil, which became Christ in English. So from Greek to English, X is Christ, and then that's why we have, like, Xmas and Christmas. So, right, it is within, so what am I talking about here now? So going back to this here, all this, the area where they all stay, like, they must be coming back in a moment. So it's the area where they all, yeah, this area, what I'm going to be talking about now. So this is where they build the city of that hosts 70,000 people, as they say. But even that number's got discrepancies, and we'll talk about that shortly. It is within that section, which I've just shown you, that we see what makes up the living area of Blackrock City. The reason I was looking at this area is because the streets are named after times of the day. With Saturn, we have a strong link to time, as Saturn, Kronos, is the god of time. This made me pay extra attention to this area and the ongoing and ever-growing connections to Saturn, as well as other themes such as Egypt and the Exodus. I wanted to know more about these streets that hold a population of 70,000. And you know what? In my edited video, there could be a video here where it was one of the people who they call themselves burners, don't they? Who go to Burning Man, and one of them was there, and he'd done, like, a good little tour of everything there, basically, and he was talking about the street signs all being time for a moment. So when I turn all this into the edited video, that clip will be in. So the edited video experience will be all this information condensed down into, like, a 15, 20, 30 minute video. And I'll be able to just sort of show you more in that as well. This is just the reading and the live stream, which is always meant for long form, and then I'll shorten it all down into a condensed vid. So on that note, I want to show you something that I just discovered now whilst marking out the area of the Burning Man pentagram with the goat head, in order to map out the streets to help highlight the ram's horns that are inverted away from the Baphomet horns. So again, the ram's horn, this around the head, and then there's the normal horns there. So, and then I'm seeing this city just looking through me like horns. It doesn't have to be, you may interpret it different, I'm just saying what I'm seeing. As you can see, No. Yeah, as you can see, I have added a blue circle and 2 blue lines that connect to the outer red circle. So what I'm saying here, I've drawn this blue circle, and then there's an outer red circle. You'll see another screenshot. Look at the coordinates on that there, 9, 11 and 40. The number 40 is coming up now. So this is what I'm talking about, this blue circle, and then these 2 lines here, and then the other outer circle. And then there's the pentagon shaped, the pentagram, which holds the pentagram in it. Just these 2 lines, what you can see. We'll see it in more full now. As you can see, I have added the blue circle and 2 blue lines that connect to the outer red circle. The lines that connect to the red outer circle then follow the red lines in an extended semicircle shape, like the letter to form the letter C facing down. So that's just what I'm saying here, is these 2 lines here come off that circle onto this part of the outer circle, and then from there just moving up in this semicircle shape. That gives us the streets and the area in question. What we see next is extraordinary. The right side of the blue line is located at what would be the number 4 on a clock. The left hand blue line strikes what would be 40 on the clock, so left as you're looking at it. So there's 4 here, and there's 40, obviously. So then the right side of the blue line is I've just read that one. I had 2 numbers, which when added up come to 44, which is half of 88, that number again. 44 is a sacrifice number, and is also associated to a stab in the back. When on the Ides of March in 44 BC, Caesar was murdered. But that was not what I went to look for. I wanted to find the connections to 440 and Saturn that I had spoken of in the past. Where's this layout here? There's 40 on the clock here, and there's 4 on the clock. So one of the things that I did think of then when I seen 440 number was I then opted for the 440 route instead of 44. Instead of just adding 40 and then adding the 4, I thought I'm also seeing 440, and that's the direction we took. So I opted for the 440 route to research before I remembered that 440 Hz is the frequency that has been used in music since 1939, when the tuning was changed from 432 Hz and then adopted by the Nazis in 1940. The frequency was fully established in 1950, then confirmed in 1975 as the standard tuning for music worldwide. This is where it gets interesting. 432 Hz is the God frequency, and 430 is one of distortion and disruption. I also think this 440 topic popping up is ironic, considering the Burning Man festival is meant to be all about arts and music. Yeah, wait there 1 second. Actually funny, whoever's in a good mood and having a little bit of a party should start blasting White Boy Radio song, Locked Up, Don't Let Me Out. So yeah, that just started absolutely blasting, but I had my window completely wide open. Have I put my mic back on? Right, so 432 is the God frequency, we've just seen all that, and 440 Hz is one of distortion and disruption. I also think the 440 top popping upside on it, blah blah blah. The phrase devil's music comes to mind. 432 Hz is in line with the human resonance, which is also known as the heartbeat of the earth in the Bible. But there isn't the human resonance, just the same type of thing. Human resonance is a different frequency, what is it right there? .83, okay, but same type of thing, same good frequency, allegedly. In the Bible, 432,000 years passed between the days of creation, and the Great Flood. So I don't know whether just to show you this, yeah, maybe I should, just as a little visual, and yeah, a visual. This is more visual because, like I said, with the distortion, if you play music or you freeze ice and shit, and you're playing music towards 432 Hz, it's all going to come out like nice little snowflakes that look all pretty and perfect. But then when you just start playing music for like sands and shit like this on these plates in 440, it all becomes distorted and messy, and So that's why I then said about the disruption, but then maybe that's why the phrase devil's music comes to mind. So let's just have a quick little look at this, just only a quick one. I can where I am on mute button. Yeah. You see better examples when you look around. This vid's not the best. You see where like they go into detail. But yeah, let's just play it on. Yeah, I know. Let's just see some of these shapes up this end. Very good point in there as well, Zoots, and saying Tantra and vibes. Yeah, spot on. That's why like monks did used to build, they'd build like monuments and temples and shit like that, and that it'd be so the air would travel around them to create these frequencies, and then people would say that they'd live forever, or they'd have the secrets to eternal life and shit, and it's all down to frequency. So good point there. I prefer ABBA, says H. That's mesmerising, says Borrowed Angel. It's like they're seeking musical hypnosis. So, yeah, Coral Castle. So what Coral Castle is, the way people say like the Egyptians must have used some sort of assistance to create the pyramids. Well, Coral Castle is like some sort of impossible feat. I know a lot of people don't know it. I'm just explaining it for the purposes of the video, but some sort of feat of building genius that like one man done on his own, and it just looks impossible to do on your own with no fucking tractors or cranes or nothing. And basically he's built this like, yeah, let's just show you for a moment. Show me Blackpool now. all this, look at that there as well. We're gonna see these crescent moons pop up in the article. But all of this shit that he's meant to have just built on his own, without anything, not even a ladder. So, like, and then what he says, he used frequencies and shit like that to achieve that feat. And that's why Shani's just said that. And let's just go back up some more comments. 432 says they found that out days ago, not much difference with sand. And between the 432, that's why I said you do see better examples when you start like fishing around and having a look. But yeah, there's that little example there. I will, Helen, thank you. Looking, hello, Mad Miss Hazard, good to see you. Then we've got Shani. You should see the BG's vids for symbology too. First scenes of the keyhole and Roman numerals clock. What's that in? And then we've got the resonance HZ. That was Dave. Like in Elm Street, JFK shooting a big owl. Selena says hello, ELP in chat. Hello Selena. A burner on the pile. On the pillar. Zenon, Xmas, Burroughs Angel. Yep, they will come through the front and leave out the back door. Yep. What was that song? What's behind the green door? Shakin' Stevens. Oh, Moody. We'll have to look into this a little bit. Was she in Big Brother? And then I'm caught back up to date. Anyone who's jumped in and they haven't seen you yet or something while I've been reading, that's what I'm looking for. Just to don't like leaving people out. I think we're caught up as such. So then, where are we up to now? Biblical references to the number 40 can't be more obvious than the Great Deluge, which lasted 40 days and 40 nights. That was a cleansing by water. Fire is another form of biblical cleansing that we see associated to Burning Man, along with the rains that caused the mud. So this one is very notable, but when we compare it to this one is very notable, but when we compare it to the next discovery after the screenshot, that things get very interesting. Keep taking mental notes of all the keywords, numbers and patterns along the way. It will help you later on and moving forwards with this type of research, especially if you would love to learn more. Then we've got here 40 in the Bible. 40 signifies new life, new growth, transformation, a change from one great task to another. For example, the reign of the great flood, the deluge, lasted 40 days and 40 nights. Significance of 40, sacred scripture, fathers of mercy, source. Does click through. Following the 10 plagues, Moses guided the Israelites in their exodus from Egypt, leading them through the parted Red Sea. They eventually settled at Mount Sinai, where Moses was shown the 10 Commandments. They embarked on a 40-year journey through the desert, during which Moses passed away on Mount Nebo with a view of the Promised Land before him. It is this 440 number that I am chasing at this point, so I took the search over to Strong's Bible Study and used the tools on that site where I hit on the next lead. I searched for 440 to see what it brought up, and this is what I was met with: anthrax. So there, 440, typed into Strong's Bible Coordinates, drags up this 440, anthrax. So then we see that anthrax also means, its definition, coal or charcoal. Okay, and that's over in Greek, was it? Yeah, Greek. So, but it does not end there. As well as being the name of a military grade nerve agent and a disease for cattle that can also harm humans, the word anthrax also means coal, a charcoal, or burning. So we can see that there: a coal, charcoal, a burning coal. Sorry. Then we see some scriptures over here: burning coals on his head in the NAS. Then KJV says, doing thou shalt heap coals of fire on, and then it's going to say your head. And then the last one says, for doing coals of fire you will heap. And then so there's Strong's Greek 440, one occurrence, anthrax. Now, but it does not, I've just read that one. We are now seeing the number 440 connecting to coal and fire and burning when observing occult connections to Burning Man. So, there's the Greek translation now, and other scriptures: a coal fire, i.e. a burning or a live coal, Romans 12:20, which I think is that what we've just, no, yeah. This is the scripture which we're going to see now. A provisional expression from Proverbs 25:22, signifying to call up by the favours you confer on your enemy, the memory in him of the wrong he has done, which shall pain him as if live coals were heaped on his head, that he may the more readily repent. The Hebraeans call things that cause very acute mental pain burning of coals on the heart and fire in the liver. Genesis in Rosenmuller's biblical exeg means there. Repair IP, whatever it's finished. I added the KJV verse that we've seen in the screenshot. So the KJV one, we've just seen the Greek one there, so now I'm just going to show us this one here. It speaks of defeating evil with acts of kindness, overcoming evil with good. Remember, these images have links to the original sources too. So it says here, bless them which persecute you, bless and curse not, rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Be of the same mind one towards another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of a low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. Recompense to no man evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all men. If it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in doing so, thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. A lot of that was already broken English anyway, so your brain just starts to put the words in as they should be, so to say, and that's why that was so patchy reading it. The word anthrax appears in the National Library of Medicine, where a study claims that anthrax is possibly the 6th of the 10 plagues of Egypt, and they speak in matter of fact here as well. This was interesting, this. So again, there's your sources there, and the image, oh no it doesn't, but there is the source. This is another biblical reference to Egypt that is also taking us towards talking about the 70,000 at Burning Man, and a story in the Bible about God killing 70,000 men after a census was performed against his wish. We will get to that shortly, so I just wonder if that's the plague that he also sent to kill the 70,000, as well as as being the 6th of the 10 plagues of Egypt. We're going to see this now, because it says here, the illness known as anthrax is very rare in the West. In developing countries, relatively significant numbers of cases are found, particularly in animals. However, biological terrorist attacks could also cause it to spread. In Hebrew, the illness is now called Gahale or Gamere. The purpose of this paper is to examine whether the illness is described in the Bible, and if so, to present that description and provide a broader survey of the features of this illness. The word Gahale appears in the Bible, but not indicating a disease, while the source of Gahamez is in the Talmud. Gamere is in the Talmud. In the Bible, Sheheen is mentioned as the 6th of the 10 plagues in Egypt, and also the disease that affected Job. The natural course of the condition, as described in the Bible, matches the clinical symptoms of anthrax as we know it today. The Hebrew Language Academy is therefore advised to adopt the findings of this paper and confirm the name of the illness in Israel. And I forgot to put me big borders back on, and something else that I want to do. I think we're on the 11th. yeah, it's past midnight UK time. So there's that. So I just thought that was very strange, because anthrax then being one of the words associated in the Bible, it's only sort of mentioned once, 440, it only pops up once, and it's in relation to the 6th plague. But then, like I said before, I wonder whether that's what got sent to wipe out the 70,000, which we will get to in a moment. Anthrax, as mentioned earlier, is also a bioweapon. Here is the corrupt CDC talking about anthrax. The whole fake excuse for the war on Iraq was because the US and UK governments lied beyond belief in 2004. They did so by saying Saddam Hussein had the ability to generate anthrax attacks from mobile bioweapons labs within 45 minutes, as if we could ever forget. Always, again, this does link through to the CDC's source for this info here. A bio attack or bioterrorism is the intentional release of these nasty things and bacteria or other germs that can sicken or unalive people, basically livestock or crops. Bacillus, I wonder if that word comes from the Bacchus as well then, with the H. Bacillus anthrax. The bacteria that causes anthrax is one of the most likely agents to be used in one of these. Bio. That's the attack. So then, we're going into that 70,000 now. And the reason for why they got wiped out. So this number again, just remember, and just if you're thinking like, because this is just like in connection to what we've seen at Burning Man, and this is the number of people who were said to be trapped and all this over there. So although the actual number of attendees at Burning Man fluctuates between 70 to 73 and 80,000. So yeah, with the media lying a little bit when they're saying 70,000, was the 80,000 there this year? Was the 73? Do you know what I mean? So, but again, the media wanted to shove this number in our faces like I don't know what. So this 70,000 number needed looking into, and it did not take long to find more biblical connections, and that's what we see here. Census here, this census. Black Rock City, like I said in one of the videos the other day, we see this sort of looks like a crown, a bit like a sun, because you see the sun around people's heads, don't you? Like Jesus, you always see him pictured with the sun. Buddha, loads of them basically. So that looks like that if we put it on the side. Not just the shoulders coming in here. Look in the pink. There's the head, and then you're seeing like a crown, a little bit of a crown here. There's an inverted moon, crescent moon, which makes up the letter C in census. This is the source, obviously. Look at that there. The eye. What else they've got? Look at this. Animalia. Animalia. All these alia words, there's been a couple of them, and honoria, they said before, but honoria is just like a payment in kind or something. But these words sound like the Roman festivals, don't they, a little bit as well? Animalia, you know, the leer and honoria, etc. I'm not saying gonorrhea. Burning Man placement, Black Rock City, Nevada. So anyway, I didn't mean to open that link, but it didn't hurt me to do so. So again, I just wonder whether this is like planetary alignments as well. See these little circles? These two just out there for no sort of reason. There's a moon. What's this? There's like some sort of orbit or something. That the orbit that's on. That planet's on. Then is this the orbit that planet's on? I wonder how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. 8 and 15. I can't even be asked doing the thinking on that right now. 8 times 15. 120, which is a 12. Diarrhea. 120, which is a 12. Just dropping the 0. Freemasons and bullshit artists like that don't recognise the number 0, so 120 becomes 12. So 70,000 dead in the Bible. Census, these are the words here. King David sent Job out to take a census, and after 9 months and 20 days, Job came back with the results. There were 800,000 sword-yielding men in Israel and 500,000 in Judah. The 9 months and 2 days takes my attention because the Pentagon perimeter of Burning Man is 9.2 miles. Just a note on that one. God was not happy with David, so he gave him 3 choices for punishment. Scripture states, so Gad, the prophet, not God, went to David and said to him, this is King David as well, went to him, shall there come upon you 3 years of famine in your land, or 3 months of fleeing from your enemies while they pursue you, or 3 days of plague in your land? Now then, think it over and decide how I should answer the one who sent me. So he was a little bit of a shitbag, Job, and he didn't want to deal with man, and he didn't want to be chased through his land by men, because like they probably end up killing him, and he didn't want 3 years of famine because that'd be bad. So he was sort of leaning towards 3 days of plague in the land. And so like David said to Gal, I am in distress, deep distress. Let us fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercy is great, but do not let me fall into the hands of men. So he's a little bit more scared of man than he is God there. So God responded by sending a plague on Israel from that morning until the end of the time designated, 3 days. And 70,000 people from Dan to Beersheba died And we see that depicted again through these scriptures, King James Version. So the Lord sent a pestilence upon Israel from the morning even to the time appointed, and there died of the people from Dan even to Beersheba 70,000 men. So I think that's quite interesting. Census, Egypt, Israel, all over this whole Burning Man event, and then little sneaky things like this census. So if, as we see in a moment, the Exodus, they're all exiting, from a place where you've got pyramids and all sorts of Egyptian occult layout shit. So that is sort of like the Israelites leaving Egypt when they bail it from this layout, and you see all these cars and everything, and it's being not worshipped, it's being labelled an Exodus. More biblical mockery just playing out, acting it all out. So I've just read that part, and that. The 70,000 number is all over the Burning Man, and it is an inversion of what happened in Egypt during the biblical Exodus when the Israelites left Jesus, guided by Moses. The story mirrors what we saw at Burning Man, with the 70,000 leaving a location that has Egypt set deep within its grounds. Okay, this brings us to the next location, which is called the Player Alchemist. Now we have alchemy as well as Egypt all over this hellhole. This is where we get to the pyramids now. Burning Man. This Burning Man attraction has all-seeing eyes all over the place. Horus is the Egyptian equivalent of Saturn. The Eye of Horus, H was saying before, don't fuck with Horus. Wasn't ya? Isn't that mad, that one there? H, the 70,000. I think that's what you're wowing at. And the plagues. And then was this plague another anthrax plague? Another 440? Apollo 440, around the world, around the world. Remember when they used to put that in my vids when I was talking about that number? Because they actually say 440. Sorry, they say that around the world 440 times in that song. Or is it 144? I don't know now. It was that long ago when I done that. Yeah, nuts H. And I'm wondering again, is this the anthrax one? Craziness. So, and again, the invasion between like Israel and Egypt, and the plague and the Exodus, and the 10 plagues, with anthrax being the 6th one that came. 6. This brings us to the next location, what is called the Player Alchemist, which is like a player, and alchemy blended into one word. Now we have alchemy as well as Egypt all over this hellhole. This Burning Man attraction has all-seeing eyes all over the place. Horus is the Egyptian equivalent of Saturn. The Eye of Horus is the North Pole hexagon on Saturn. The Oxford Research Encyclopedia tells us Saturn has the head of a bull, corresponding to his traditional Egyptian name, Horus, bull of the sky. So you can see Saturn right the way through this article, can't you? And again, there the source is the Oxford Research Encyclopedia. So I've tried to put like better quality sources in this one for you, or different ones, etc. So that's just a little sound of that. Taking my headphones off, sitting here with them on for nothing. Now look at this. Visuals there. I haven't put the links into none of them. I can't remember putting the links into any of these pyramid things. I can get this up quite quick. It's just if we go the Player Alchemist. If it's built in the bones of Player Alchemist, art is our beating heart. My mic's on, isn't it? And then our biggest contribution. Let me make this bigger for you. Look at this. This is a bad page. This, you know. This is very, 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 very bad. 111 foot base, 71 feet high. Sorry, once inside the 71 foot high, 111 foot base numbers. On 9/11, there's 111 days to left in the year. Sorry, ELP WCIA messaged me to contact her. Did she? She's a crisis actor. Bad crisis actor. I could just drag her up and prove it to you right now, but I always forget her second name. She's all over the International Movie Database. Blah, blah, blah. Can you look at the drawings I'm doing? Reading tomorrow. Yeah, but I think you can connect the BTK drawings to your research. I can help. I'm always the other way. Yeah, I think I better move on. I was just labelled you a proper crisis actor. I didn't even know you were here. Oh god. Put your foot in it there, didn't you, Carlos? But anyway. It's true. But if we take it away from being a crisis actor, etc., yeah, I'll have a look at BTK. I'm doing the reading tomorrow. And I will probably watch as well. Just because you're a crisis actor, that doesn't mean that I won't, like, watch one of your vids. 111 in Hebrew is 666. Act like Monster drink. Oh yes. Let's just show people that Monster Energy logo. 666. Yav. Yav. See there? See this? That looks like a 7. But it's a 6. And because the number 7 is a Hebrew 6, which is a V and a W. Which then, W is number 24, is it? Which is then 6 as well. And then Yav. 666, Monster Energy. These people like to take the piss, look. Not even hiding it, are they, with these like sigils and shit. Yep. I feel very awkward right now. Anyway, the pyramid above has an all-seeing eye at the crowning capstone of the structure. All-seeing means omnipresent. This is more satanic replications of God, who is all-knowing. The pyramid is the symbol that we see on the American dollar, as the nation unknowingly and knowingly idolizes this symbol in the form of money. There is nothing new under the sun, as the saying goes, and this event puts many pagan elements right in our faces. Those attending Burning Man will deny this claim, as will the event organisers. Yeah, you can deny it all you want. Look at this shit. Deny. That's what they do. Yeah, pretty swiftly. Those attending Burning Man will deny this claim, as will the event organisers, along with Black Rock City LLC. But it is, of course, all by design. They'll say it's not. No, we're just a gang of happy hippies in the desert, and we want to just be expressive and arts and creation and creativity and fucking new age neo-paganism bullshit all over the place. But we don't. Yeah, fake AI messiah foreshadowing. Yeah. That's what's going on here with this bullshit though. The denials is everywhere you go in Burning Man, or not like I've been there, but everywhere I've went and looked. Oh yeah, we're just hippies. We're just here to have a nice little time and look at the lights and shit. But meanwhile, cramming attractions in there called alchemy that are shaped like pyramids with big all-seeing eyes on them. Look, there's the Burning Man logo, what I was talking about as well. Right there once, and then yeah, one sec, and then oh yeah, I know what I'm looking for. You knew this would happen. When I click the file explorer, it always takes forever. This is why I just... Why are we waiting? Right there she goes. Then, oh yeah, Twitter. Oh, come on. Here we go. There we go, yeah. Now we can step back to reality. 150 gold sanity. Right. This X, the Twitter, sure you can see that. X, Twitter, just previously changed to it recently, sorry. And then this X shape, it's also like one of them Y's a little bit, but you can't say it's a Y, no, just the way he's doing that with his hands, like that other nutcase, Joanna Maynard, going on with their little cult of Y hands up in the air, people. So here's the two X's anyway. And we've got X symbol on Burning Man logo and X Twitter, Burning Man, X equals Saturn worship. And we also know now, because we've seen it before, that X in Greek is Christos, which is Christ, or which got turned to Christ in English. Thank you for the amazing communal effort and resilience everyone has shown throughout the last few days. Safe travels home. Look, there's the head there and there. So these are just crafty bastards, witchcrafty bastards, all over the place. All over the place. Alchemy is the hidden knowledge and wisdom of the ancient Egyptians, who were believed to give power over nature and humans, magic, and the ability to transform base metals into gold, which is alchemy then. ITVX, yeah. X Factor. Saturn worship. I was trying to think of other things to do with X, but I just couldn't, my mind went blank. And alchemy is represented by Isis, known as the goddess of alchemy. More Egyptian shit, that's why I just said that basically. We can see the all-seeing eye more clearly on this image here. So there. Oh, my mouse has just ran out of battery. But there is another one on the bigger one at the back, on the big main pyramid. You've got that. And right at the top there on that capstone. And see, yeah, the way, look, this is all like a solid base, isn't it? And then they've got like this is like see-through. These mirrors around the top, panels around the top here, because you can see that one right through it, but then that's the floating capstone just like on the dollar, the way it's floating off. The capstone's not, it hasn't like been fitted yet, but when it gets fitted, that's when the New World Order's complete. So again, I think that's the main big one. Not sure, but there's another capstone at the top. There's a pyramid on the entrance with 1, 2, 3. But the pyramid as well, I should have put one of them screenshots in showing the 666 around the triangles. I'll maybe fill that in. I'll still do like loads of little reports from this article as well, just little sections. Just screen records ones though, not the main edited bit that I'm going to do. Many pagan gods and goddesses are associated to the moon as well as the sun. The topic of Diana, the moon goddess, is discussed many times on this article, on this website, and her equivalents from other belief systems on this website. So, the next image of the pyramids at Burning Man shows us an upside down crescent moon, which makes me think of horns, a horn deity, and with the Egyptian backdrop, it reminds me of Sununos. So this is what I'm talking about here. And then we've got all these tents which are like giving us a look of like sand dunes and more pyramids and stuff. There you go, there's that one there. And sporting this crescent moon. And I could have went on all day about this crescent moon, but it's like now when like, instead of writing something and then packing it out with another hour's worth of writing, I just thought, you know what, just points. I'm just going to put a few points in now because I need it to. But yeah, one of the more simpler sources there for you, just for familiarity basically, that's why I put this in, is just Wikipedia, showing you all the horn god, god of nature, wilderness, sexuality, hunting. You've got here that crescent moon, and this is likely the sun, or maybe just another moon. And the horn god is one of two primary deities found in Wicca and some related forms of neo-paganism. The term horn god itself predates Wicca, and it's an early 20th century syncretic form for a horned or antlered anthropomorphic gods partly based on historical horned deities. The horned god represents the male part of the religion's duotheistic and theological system, the consort of the female triple goddess or moon or other goddess. In common with him belief, he is associated with nature, wilderness, sexuality, hunting, and the life cycle. While depictions of the deity vary, he is always shown with either horns or antlers above his head. Sununos has got the antlers as well. So is Pan in some depictions of himself. Often depicted as a Theriocephalic. Yeah, Theriocephalic, having a beast head, in this way emphasizing the union of the divine and the animal, the latter of which includes humanity. Again, just showing you that there, and then this here. As I write this now, it is the 10th of, oh no, all the writing is the same, it just looks massive. As I write this now, it is September the 10th, 2023. Today marked the 13th anniversary of when CERN's Large Hadron Collider was first started up on today's date in 2008. CERN stands for the European Council for Nuclear Research, so I just put that in, so when I say the root word for CERN could be Sununos, so like if I just said that without putting that in, look, I know what CERN actually stands for, it's that. So the root word for CERN just takes me into Sununos, who is another manifestation of Pan. We also see that the logo for CERN holds a 666, so here's the 6 for the 6, and there's it back, yeah, 666 in CERN. This feels like we're nearly finished, but we're not. 10 Commandments of Burning Man. Just coming over to the chat for a moment for you. The profits these pretend prophets make is enormous. Portfolio padding. Festivals used to be about music, but this particular Burning Man, I don't even know who the headline act was. Some neo-pagan. A load of DJs will go there, etc. So I've learned in the past week. Just to put, like you said, just to give themselves some recognition. When Diana died, says Dave, an event there was an eclipse the same day, was there? Yeah. Holy crap. And where she died was very, very, very bad. Temples with Diana's and Apollo's and all that over in France. We'll look into that one day. I think idiot man, what's his name? David Icke done a very, 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 very good breakdown and all that, didn't he? Years ago, what I've just spoke about then, the layout down there. And then we learned about it all again in the Notre Dame fire. All of them same places popped up. Temple of Saturn, Temple of Apollo, all this all down there, right there. The biblical mockery at Burning Man continues with its own version of the 10 Commandments. Couldn't believe this. The 10 Commandments of Burning Man. Their website has a page titled The 10 Principles of Burning Man. And it is, it is here where the traditions of the festival are written out just like the instructions to humanity that God sent to Moses in order to introduce and maintain discipline, morals and structure in the world. This was the set of laws that God gave us to divert from sin. So that should say this, not thus. We can see the opening paragraph and 2 principles in the image below. It does link through. Right there. Yep, that's what they're doing here. Hey, this was one of the worst disgraces I've seen, to be honest with you, over the past week of digging around for all this stuff. Like, wow, we've only seen, seen this about yesterday or something, I think. Burning Man I actually done a vid. It's still private in me thing. In my studio. But as soon as I'll publish it tomorrow or something probably. Burning Man co-founder Larry Harvey wrote the 10 Principles in 2004, same year that the Iraq bullshit began, anthrax, as guidelines for the newly formed regional network. They were crafted not as a dictate of how people should be and act, but as a reflection of the community's ethos and culture as it had organically developed since the event's inception. Radical inclusion. Anyone may be a part of Burning Man. We welcome and respect the stranger. No prerequisites exist for participation in our community. So that's the first commandment, okay? Nuts. Nuts, 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 nuts. Gifting is the second one. Burning Man is devoted to acts of gift giving. The value of a gift is unconditional. Gifting does not contemplate a return or an exchange for something of equal value. But basically what they all do at Burning Man, if anyone doesn't know, and I'm not saying I'm an expert on Burning Man myself, but what I'm going to tell you is pretty easy to grasp. But all these people do, they all converge on that location. They all build their own structures there and everything. They build the city up. But then, instead of like them all walking around spending money on, like if they want a drink, there'll be people who've got drinks. If they want something to eat, there's people who are cooking like fucking 1,000 hot dogs. If they want a drink of Pepsi, there's people with like fridges absolutely rammed with cans of Pepsi. If they want alcohol, there's the same thing, fridges absolutely rammed with alcohol. And basically, it's a free-for-all. It's not like a fucking where people are all running up and just need to plug this tablet in. It's not where people are all just running up and like punching each other to like Black Friday or something. But like everything there is basically free. The services, everything there is basically free. You might pay $5.75, I think it is, for the tickets to get in the place. But then everything in there is free. As I said, it's like you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Yeah, such a conformist freedom they seek. Yep. Gifting. Okay. Burning Man is devoted to actual gifting. The value of the gift is unconditional. Gifting does not contemplate a return or an exchange for something of equal value. Okay? So, the next 8 principles are as follows. Decommodification. In order to preserve the spirit of gifting, our community seeks to create social environments that are unmediated by commercial sponsorships, transactions, or advertising. We stand ready to protect our culture from such exploitation. We resist the substitution of consumption for participatory experience. Radical self-reliance. Burning Man encourages the individual to discover, exercise and rely on their inner resources. I don't think these little statements have been going on. I may just like read them all off and then go back. But this has just made me like me eye switch for a moment. I'm just thinking Burning Man encourages the individual, so like do as thou wilt, to exercise and rely on their inner resources. It's nothing wrong with being talented and expressing it then, but I don't, is that what this is about really beneath the surface here? Hello Misty, good evening, good to see you. Yeah, you know what, you've missed exactly 50%. Right now, I can see it on sort of how far down the little tab is on the side of the page here, what you move up and down to scroll. But yeah, good to see you. Helen Stone, can't remember. And hello to everyone else who's watching as well, who may not comment. Xbox, yeah, good shout there, Dave. Good shout. Xbox, let's see what else Misty is saying. Haven't missed. Have I missed much? Sorry. Yeah, quite a lot, but you can watch on from here now and then maybe at the end watch the start. But then you may like miss a load of you may get all the punchlines now, spoilers, because as I said, I keep hinting at things right the way through it. That's the doorways. And then the way, like, that's what I wanted to tie in on at the very end, so to say. I've just give everyone a little bit of a, what is it, a spoiler, but it's okay. Good to see you, Misty, yes. Misty's coming dancing. Mad Max. Yep, that's another type of world that they're all trying to sort of put out there. I've heard people saying it, people like Berners say, like, just mention them, Mad Max. So what one was we up to? This one here, radical self-expression. Radical self-expression arises from the unique gifts of the individual. Okay, so this one is more about the unique gifts, whereas this one is the same thing. I'm just seeing through as though Wilth, Aleister Crowley bullshit all over this. Radical self-expression arises from the unique gifts of the individual. No one other than the individual or a collaborating group can determine its content. It is offered as a gift to others in this spirit. The giver should respect the rights and liberties of the recipient. Communal efforts, the next one. What number? Oh, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6th. Our community values creative cooperation and collaboration. We strive to produce, promote and protect social networks, public spaces, works of art and methods of communication. Now again, take you back to Exodus 20, chapter 20, verse 4 to 6 at the very start of this, and it said, don't be building all shit that turns into idol worship, or don't be trying to recreate like things that are in the heavens or down below on earth, and just do not do that shit, because if you do, like, that's just pure sin. And this is all what this whole place is all about. Just ignoring them instructions from God. X marks the spot. Blackpool, Elvis, Shaky. Had friends that went to Burning Man back in 2004. It's a different vibe, but still a ritual. Yep, it started a bit longer, didn't it? A bit before, in like the 80s, before they moved it to, before it actually hit Nevada. But when they actually got the location of Nevada in the Black Rock there, it was 33 years ago, funnily enough, which is another thing I didn't mention in this article, but I wanted to. But yeah, 33 years. All as Helen says there, inverting. Helen, not a major, just my apologies, my comments may be less expressive than usual. I'm not stoned. Wait there 1 second. I had to press the cough button. Civic responsibility. We value civil, this is number 7. We value civil society community members who are... That's just a full stop there, slow down, Carl. We value civil society, full stop. Community members who organise events should assume responsibility for public welfare and endeavour to communicate civic responsibilities to participants. They must also assume responsibility for conducting events in accordance with local, state and federal laws. Leaving no trace. Our community respects the environment. We are committed to leaving no physical trace of our activities wherever we gather. We clean up after ourselves. This is just all bullshit. This is all bullshit. I've seen proper evidence of some other people who just done a video basically just showing all the shite all over the desert. Know the Pentagon shape that's like 9.2 miles around, that goes right. I'll show you this all soon, Misty. I'll go back and try and, just like summarise everything at the end, and you may see this, what I'm talking about now, quicker than another 4 hours. But anyway, hello, I'm enormous. Good to see ya. And yeah, so this fence, basically, what you see there, that's only like a metre high. And it's just like crap. It's just like that sort of shit that like builders will put up on the sides of roads when they sort of, yeah, just crap. So anyway, it weren't like some big fence and obviously not going to build a 9-mile wall. It's not Donald Trump, is it? But yeah, that's not keeping nothing in. Like, why do you think that's go? It's not even keeping a Chris Packer in. Sort your shit out your life. You've got the desert absolutely filthy. Mac B, hello, good to see ya. Mac B is just dived in as well. I think that's your first one. Yeah, another couple more people have came in. 3 more have came in anyway in the last 5 minutes. Yes, your overhead map coverage with the Penta goat head. Very nice work. I knew you'd like that, Misty. I started rebuilding my maps as well because I lost all the Summer Wells stuff out of there, didn't I? But when my computer first fucked up in January, so that's when I lost all of that. Gutted because the way it was built. But I've just started rebuilding it all. Just rebuilding me Google Earth Pro in that design again, about like whatever it is. Oh yeah, that was one good thing to come out of this. Dave says, Crossroads where Faustian deals with Nick gets done. Faustian. I didn't get that, Dave, sorry. The next one, leaving no trace. So yeah, that's just a load of shit. That's just bullshit. I'll show you that though tomorrow in a short form in like a little vid. Participation. Our community is committed to a radically participatory ethic. We believe that transformative change, whether in the individual or society, can only occur through the medium of deeply personal participation. No, propaganda. What you have all over this hellhole as well. Propaganda. Bet you're all in pyramids were turning yellow and blue like Ukraine and whatever. You know, we're not stupid. We achieve the think tanks, all these idiots who all work for all the think tanks and governments and then government sectors and then not just them people as well, anyone else who wants to just do all this new age bullshit. They're all the people who are all attending all this. Yeah, that's why you start pushing your ideologies and your idol worship on people. We achieve being through doing. Everyone is invited to work. Everyone is happy now. You know what? This is like I said yesterday. When I read this bullshit, it's like this. Now listen. What is it? What's it called? A brave new world. A barv new world. Right. Even though the search is there, what I wanted to drag up. Just listen to this. Oh, is there a better clip? You say 1984, I say Brave New World. Listen. Okay, you can't because it's muted. Listen, everybody's happy now.
This is... Everyone's happy. This is New London. Everyone's happy here.
Hey, this is New London. Everyone's happy now. What they're all taking is this drug here called Joma, which is like joy and we happy few. Have you taken your joy, Ollie? Right, so let's just see. Joma, meaning... No, not JPMA. Joma. Joma meaning... no. Literally, God. Unspeakable force of nature that weaves voids. Oh no, that's Urban Dictionary. I don't want Urban Dictionaries. Joma, vigor, zeal, pride, to be in full vigor. A brand new name comes from the name of Fructuous's firstborn son. It's these people. I remember seeing a good definition of this years ago when I was looking in Brave New World, but listen, this is why I'm saying this all sounds like Brave New World.
This is New London. Everyone's happy here.
Now, remember when I said like the way they all just have orgies and no one's got lovers and there's no such thing as love, they just all grab who they want and they're all happy because they've got no emotions, they've got nothing to like, no one to care for or to love, so it just makes them just like everyone's happy. And this is the phrase through all this. I think, what was the phrase? It's not I can't remember, to be honest with you, but just listen.
Everyone has a place, there's no hunger, no violence.
Everyone has a place, there's no hunger. Oh shit. Yeah, my mic's still on. Everyone has a place, there's no hunger, no violence.
Happy here. Everyone has a place, there's no hunger.
Now what that drug Joma does anyway, that just conditions people's feelings. That's why they're all walking around like, just like they haven't got a care in the world. Because they just take that drug if they have a problem. Now this world's all set up in like more of a scientific caste system, which is more like what these nutters who launched COVID-19 are is. That's no, trust the science. Never mind your common sense. Just listen to the science, you know. And then if people would want to, people who would want to like, who follow the Bible, be like, okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to trust God or are you going to trust the science? You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. That's what they fuck about with people in this way.
Violence.
There's no pain there, John. Everyone fits.
Don, Land of Nod. Don, yeah, Land of Nod. Which is where Adam, it was Adam, wasn't it? Who he was sent to after the mockery in the Garden of Eden. So then he had to go to the Land of Nod and Just wandered around there, lost forever basically. Or was it Kane? It was one of them, which is then done backwards for any Summer Wells fans, isn't it? Gonzo Dodo, Bran, Billy Cheese, Campbell's.
Always wanted that for you.
Look at all this. It's like Burning Man.
This is your
Just built properly.
home now. You just need to embrace this place and let it be wonderful. Hey.
Soylent Green. Look at that there. The sun or Mars, if Mars, the god of war. Look at them all. Joma junkies.
You have to do.
Now look what they put in their eye here. This is just, he puts this contact lens in, which then links him in to the big AI system what runs the show here.
Connect. Everyone belongs
So then, like I said, look at this. This is like a big massive Roman orgy.
to everyone else.
Everyone belongs to everyone else.
You're never
And you see where that dance club was going then, can't you?
alone here. Everyone's connected.
Everyone's connected. Now these people in the different little classes of people, these are the worker bees right at the very, very bottom. And all them other people who you've just been seeing then, because you have like people categorized by like alphas, betas, and all the way up. So the alphas are obviously alpha pluses and all that. They'll be like the best people, and these are just like in this, the useless worker bees who just brush the floor up, and that's what they exist for. Until one of them breaks the mold in this place and kills him, just jumps off and kills himself, jumps off one of the bridges or something and kills himself. And then they're all that freaked out because everyone's happy, everyone knows the place, but the kink in the matrix of this world, Brave New World, comes through one of these people killing themselves. And John, the lad you've just seen, as well, coming back, and he acts like the antagonist in there, no, like the anti-hero. So to say he's like the one who starts saying, tell all these to fucking shut up, who do all these scientists think they are, you know, blah blah blah. So that's when this world, this Brave New World, breaks down around them because people just being people, basically, and these can't quite cope with it all.
You know, I've been watching you people.
There he is. So there's John explaining, you know, I've been watching you people.
But this place is so perfect.
That's where the fella kills himself.
You know, I've been watching you people. But this place is so perfect.
There, so that's where he's just jumped off the balcony above. This place, I've been watching you people. This place is so perfect, he said.
Why is it upside down?
Why is it upside down?
There is a disruption.
There's a disruption. Now the balance has been affected.
I just can't seem to get back to myself. Virus enters a...
Now, these are not meant to have, she's not meant to have feelings for anyone, but she finds herself falling for him, and then she stops taking a drug, you know, the Joma, and then she starts to become more like getting feelings and shit, and she's like, whoa, this isn't that bad actually, is it, you know? And so then she's the second or the third element of this place breaking down.
Cell, turning the body against itself. We need to stop this before this goes too far.
Everybody in their place, everyone in the place, everybody happy now.
We're at the beginning of something. Something necessary.
If you're not happy, you're nothing at all.
And to be honest with you, I absolutely really enjoyed that show when I watched it. I enjoyed it a lot. So where are we up to now? Have you looked into the Maui Fire land burn grab money suckers? This is me precursor into all of that, Misty, 100%. Yeah, no families are looking for the kids, or they turned off. Come. Family units breaking down, etc. Society breaking down. People having less relationships with the families, with the friends and all that. And again, that's the future. That's like you've got 1984 and Brave New World, both of them, like people will sit there arguing all until the cows come home about which one is actually the best. A Brave New World is like right up there with 1984. And because I've seen more of Brave New World than 1984, I out of the two, like in that argument, I'd like sort of be like on the I think Brave New World's better. I weren't gonna say like I'm a Brave New Worlder because no, I'm not. You know, but if that argument pops up, that debate, which is better, and there is proper debates with like fucking universities and everything arguing over it. Mad, but interesting. I need to watch it all. I need to watch it all. I know loads of elements of it, but I still can't say I've watched it. One thing in 1984 that I do know of is that the kids are all like the little spies, aren't they? So if the adults are out past the curfew and like they're just going somewhere, it'll be a little kid that jumps out. No, like a little Greta Thunberg. I said like Greta Thunberg, like I was from Norway or something then, didn't I? But Greta Thunberg. And it would be the kids who jump out and they're like, where are you going? They're the little spies, they're like the all-seeing eyes everywhere, and they're like the ones reporting back then to the big brother saying, hey, this adult's just escaped. But that's sort of like what they're doing now, targeting the kids and then making the kids. I agree with you, Helen, I agree with you. Just not as dramatised, certainly with COVID, like I said, the scientific cast, trust the science. Shut up, bullshit artists. I trust my own instincts. I'm my own person, I'm allowed to do that. So yeah, the kids being the little spies, and then you look in the Bible, you had what did kids do to persecute someone? Did they persecute, and was it Judas or someone like that? I know there was a couple of times in the Bible when kids were the little bastards as well. And then you've got the other, which then makes me think of like the movie Hostel or something, one of them movies where when they're trying to escape, there's like all these little urchin kids who just want to hang around and steal things and pickpocket people. But then when they're escaping, all the kids jump out, and you think like these kids are going to stop them. But no, they've already paid the kids off with all the sweets and candy and stuff, haven't they? So the kids let them through, and it's the people who were holding everyone hostage in Hostel. Yeah, throwing rocks. Well, you see that same scene, don't you? More or less in The Passion of Christ. No, with the throwing the rocks and the kids persecuting people in that fashion. So that's what I was thinking of with them two sort of scenes. Malala didn't think it though. Leave my Malala, you see, little bastards. Yeah, we are in the Brave New World now. Yeah, no families are looking for the kids. They are turned off to come, and then you see, like you say, John Wells then, all that crap, because you've never seen anything like that story in your life. That's just not normal. I don't know what number we're on to here, so this was 6, wasn't it? 7, 8, 9. To delete this one because this is the Brave New World. Just our community is committed to a radically participatory ethic. We believe that transformative change, whether in the individual or in society, can occur only through the medium of deeply personal participation. We achieve being through doing. Everyone is invited to work, everyone is invited to play, everyone is happy now. We make the world real. It doesn't say that, but that's why I was just referencing Brave New World again. And we achieve being through doing. Everyone is invited to work, everyone's happy now. We make the world real through actions that open the heart. And then the last one is immediacy. And then we go into a little bit of the timeline now of these end times, because remember the title for this article does have end times in it. So immediacy. Immediate experience is in many ways the most important touchstone of value in our culture. See, you just can create your own culture, man. We seek to overcome barriers that stand between us and recognition of our. Imagine like if you wanted to just go and like completely live off grid and build, you know, and like start your own culture in the forest or in the hills, wherever, or just on a plot of land and start. They'd come and fucking bulldoze the place. They literally would. Do you know? Wouldn't last 5 minutes. we seek to overcome barriers that stand between us and recognition of our inner selves. This gets interesting again, this article. We get another little pick-me-up in a moment. The reality of those around us, participation in society, and contact with the natural world exceeding human powers. No idea can substitute this for experience. And people just coming in, Mac, I'm Enormous, and Misty, who just came in the last, say, 15 minutes or something before we started. This is now, this section where we're up to here, is on the Burning Man website. They've got this page here, which is called the 10 Principles of Burning Man. This one. Is it? Oh. Right. Here. So they've got this page here, the 10 Principles of Burning Man. And as you're saying there, the 10 Principles is this like 10 Commandments of Burning Man. You know what I mean? Mad. Nope. They won't let us do it here. Mac B, no chance. And then Americans, you can't do nothing on the lands over there because they signed all the lands off to all the federal agencies and everything. It's absolutely mad. Yep, 10 Principles of Burning Man. So that's where we're up to. We've been up to here. Crazy or what? There's a good few of those things, a lot of them. Mac through the article, and Misty, and I'm Enormous as well. I'm Enormous says also, Jesus told the Romans where Yeshua was for silver. Judas told the Romans where Yeshua was for silver. Yep. Stoning. Good point there, H. Good point. Yes, just in a different perspective. Yep. We're in the brave new world now. Boots and Boots says, I know my dad and I debate on it for years now. Do you like 1984 more? And your dad likes Brave New World. Funny. I actually enjoy whenever it's on my mind and just watching them debates and all that. And do you know what? I've even sat there and listened to, let me show you. There's like, do you know, in like the 1950s or even earlier, before TV, and they used to do like radio pantomimes, and you'd have all the actors playing things out and using little sound effects and everything. I've listened to something like that. Put it one way, if I had picture, I wouldn't have watched it, I wouldn't have entertained it. That old and scratchy and everything, but I actually managed to listen to the, I think it might be something like this, you know. Something like that. Look at there, look at these antlers. While we're sitting here going on about antlers, she's got another one of her occult thumbnails up, what she just has to have on every single thumbnail. She has the most witchy poo thumbnails I've ever seen in the whole of YouTube. I was just looking for the examples of A Brave New World that I've watched, and it's just that old and scratchy, and I don't know how I listened to all of it, but I absolutely loved every single minute of it though. Perhaps Western Australia's route, but I've seen Queensland is being closed down, very sad. Yeah, I think this is all this stuff coming round again quick. They didn't own Hawaii, so now they had to burn it down and start owning Hawaii. Bad save. I'm definitely moving on to all of that after this. Definitely. Hawaii. We'll pass that section now. Coming into the next section, which is timelines and synchronicities. This is like the end times basically, and all the world, the agenda 2020. And you've got in here things like September the 11th, the 42 months from March 11, 2020, which is the day COVID-19 was given its name and declared a global pandemic. 42 months from then exactly lands on September the 11th, 2023, which is why I've been on my holidays basically for the past God knows how long, just bashing crisis actors in some of Wells cases and shit, because I don't know, it's just sort of like I've just had a little break from doing all of this stuff properly, because I knew this was coming and I knew we'd just dive on this anyway, so I just wanted to chill out a little bit before this fucking chaos begins basically. So that's why everyone's been blessed with my presence in the True Slime community. Yeah. The holiday period's actually over now. We've got more important stuff to do. I'm going to have to watch this again later because my praise isn't this up completely. And again, maybe all in one hit as well, Selena. But just try your best, though. Try your best. This part now again, because you probably come into that last section in the middle of a section, and this is the start of like, this is like part 2 of the article, if you want. That's it. Now I think we are. I think something's going to happen very, 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 very imminently. You're going to see it in this timeline here right now as well. This is going to start explaining it all for us. So just let me get there. So timelines and synchronicities. March 11th, 2020. Date that COVID was given its name, as we've just seen. And declared a global pandemic. So you think I'm not talking shit to you? All the links are in these. So now we're on the WHO. Okay, look at the date. Right, WHO General Director opening remarks at the media briefing on COVID-19, 11th of March 2020. Don't mean no talk shit. All of these things are all sourced and linked in the article for you as well. When you see these, right now this is the next little step, and you know what? I could add more to this as well. I could, I really could. But the is here. This is a more than good enough and adequate, like bullet point basis of information. Right now, what we've got here. So September the 21st, 2020. That year, obviously, we all know what happened. Gavi, OVAX deal signed and policies adopted by the WHO, which are then part of like an acceleration to war, which just meant like basically mandatory. They were going to just have more rights over people's health, and you know what was coming through that and what did come through that then. Yeah, crazy. And then the production of the said intrusions, let's just say that. This was the policies being implemented around here. June 15th, 2023. So we've just gone from March 11th, 2020 to September 21st, 2020, and then we jump to 2023. June 15th, which is 88 days before 9/11, isn't it? The World Health Secretary, again, so the same person who made this speech here, which we've just seen. So this same one there, the Director Generals, I think so, because look, same role. No, it's the WHO Secretary General, not the Director General. His press conference on climate took place 88 days after September the 11th. That was this year. Sorry, before, on June 15th, 88 days before. So, I'm gonna shoot this one. That's the March 11th, 2021. This one here, June 15th, 2023. Secretary General's press conference on climate. Now listen to this. This is where you know you're fucked. This is why you know. They're gonna start ramping shit up. Okay, just let me have a look at the rest of them a sec, just to make sure. Yep. This is it. Right, this is why you know we're fucked, and this is why they're just gonna ramp it up, and everything's about ramping it up now. Come on, chop. We've got 7 years left till 2030. Chop, hurry up, get all your shit in order, get all your, you know, and that's what this article is saying. It's quite scary to read it, actually. And good afternoon, everybody. And as Stefan just said, I met with a group of civil society climate leaders from around the world. Remember, this is the Secretary General from the World Health Organization, I think. We are months away from the 17 development goals, which is the United Nations agenda, which is then going to force us into eating fly biscuits and human biscuits like in Soylent Green, as this is the plan basically. 17 sustainable development goals, and I'm not saying that's going to happen in the next 7 years, but it fucking wouldn't surprise me. You know, they're already putting mosquitoes in like, not just mosquitoes, crustaceans, mosquitoes, insects, into like fucking food, and then selling it in supermarkets in the UK. Am I gone? Hello? I think I'm still here. Mark B. I think I'm still here. Yeah, cool. We are losing our rights to breathe, says Dave. What happens on our watch? LOL, I'll be there on Saturday. Mad. This is nuts. So, Climate Ambition Summits with COP28 following soon after. What that is? Look, that all the mayors of every city. That's something like 49, isn't it? Okay, give us a look at this. I need to see this. Not me. The 2023 United Nations Climate Change Conference, or Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC, more commonly referred to as COP28, will be the 28th United Nations Climate Change Conference, held from the 30th of November until the first day of Saturnalia, December 12th, 2023, at the Expo City in Dubai. Interesting. Very interesting. Get that one on here as well. I'll pay attention to it. So I want to read this here. It says here, so look, this prick here, what he says is, I am very worried about the world stance on climate. Are you nuts? Stop being such a liar. No, you're not. I am very worried about where the world stands on climate. Countries are far off track in meeting climate promises and commitments. Yeah, that's exactly who's pulling the strings. Zoots, exactly. Well, that Klaus Schwab actually gave the Council of Rome a platform, didn't he? He's like, if they were a balloon, he was the pump, and he just went and pumped them up, and yeah, yep. So that Klaus Schwab, yep. Countries are far off track in meeting climate promises and commitments. I see a lack of ambition, a lack of trust, a lack of support, a lack of cooperation, and an abundance of problems around clarity and credibility. So does this mean like the wheels are falling off and no one believes your bullshit? Or is this you making your excuses to go and fucking ramp shit up, super warp speeds, and making all our lives a misery? You will be happy and own nothing. Go and try and tell them that at Burning Man. Well, that's what they do, don't they, at Burning Man? They're all happy and they own nothing. There. You know, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. The climate agenda is being undermined. See the undermined? See the is it being undermined? Is it under mine or mine? I genuinely don't know. They both sound the same to me anyway, but yeah, anyway, fuck that. At a time when we should be accelerating action, every one of these sentences has got a horrible, scary keywords in it where I'm just like, look, a lack of trust, all of them, every one of them. Countries are far off track. Worried. You know, listen, it's being undermined. At a time when we should be accelerating action, there is backtracking. Well, I fucking hope there is. I hope there is. But I just think this is excuses to make our lives a misery again. At a time when we should be filling gaps, those gaps are growing. Well, I hope so. I hope this is actually true and not just you gesturing, you know. Meanwhile, the human rights of climate activists are being trampled. Look, you climate activists are all brainwashed bullshit artists who know quite well there's fucking nothing wrong with the climate. It's weather. Stop calling it climate, it's weather. The most valuable, the most vulnerable are suffering the most. Well, they wouldn't be, you stupid bastards, if you stop like sending billions and billions and billions to fake wars and making energy prices shoot right up and putting the price of booze right up. Cost you about 5 times more than it did 2 years ago to buy a loaf of bread. The vulnerable are suffering, you absolute hypocrite. These are all, I can't stand any years. I will come back into war with all of these again. I will never speak about another true crime case ever again in my life if this is the shit these are talking. More important battles to do. Mucho más more. And it's not like he hasn't been for 2 years, but like I told you, I knew this week was coming 2 years ago. I deserved a break. So I found a shitload of crisis actors and bullshit artists with the cults and everything. Just thought, yeah, there's an abundance here for me while I'm on my holidays with my feet up and bitch slap crisis actors. Current policies are taking the world to a 2.8 degree temperature rise by the end of the century. One sec. Yeah, Mac B's got the right idea there. Sorry, I just had to hit my cough button. Current policies are taking the world to a 2.8 degree temperature rise. Yeah, but you told me so much bullshit all over all the years. You just said like we're like, you know, like we're gonna have no, like, all the coast of Liverpool's gonna be taken by the sea by 2025 and all this shit. You're fucking liars. I remember, look, by this website, right? Just so I don't want to deviate too much. Let me just go. Enchanted LifePath.com. Show you something now. These fucking liars. This absolutely proved them lying bastards. Absolute lying bastards. Right, so for coming here in like 500 days. 500 days. Remember John Kerry? It was John Kerry, wasn't it? 500 days. Now here's all. Now these said we have got 500 days till climate chaos in about 2015 or something. Can you remember? John Kerry and some other fucking weapon from one of these establishments. And this is why it says now 6 days to climate chaos, 18 days, because I was fucking laughing at them. 500 days to climate chaos. September of Doom. No, this is 2015. Right. I think the what? I want to see his famous 500 days. Was it on? Countdown to climate chaos. So we said 500 days. This was 2,908 days ago when he said this, and we meant to have been in climate chaos in 500 days. Okay? Not like this isn't the climate chaos now. Climate chaos is chaos, isn't it? Fucking hell. Doesn't stop raining every single day. Wake up in Australia and it's fucking snowing. The whole fucking desert's all covered in snow. And that'd be climate chaos. Earthquakes going crazy because of like pressures and shit. But no, you're fucking nearly 3,000 days past climate chaos, you fucking lying bastards. So I'm not going to sit here and believe a word you're saying. So the most vulnerable is suffering most. Yeah, well I told you where to go with that problem. So 2.8 degree temperature by the end of the century. Well, I'm sorry, but I genuinely don't give a fuck about the end of the century. I don't. I really don't. I don't think anyone here does. That spells catastrophe, does it? According to who? You. Well, you just work for the liars. No one believes you. What happened to 500 days? Yet the collective response, let me just show you. I need to find it properly. 500 days to climate. This was a mess. John Kerry, there you go. As we now have... It was some French shit as well. And we have, as I said, we have 500 days to avoid climate chaos. And I know that President Obama and John Kerry himself are committed on this subject. And I'm sure that with them, with a lot of help of other friends, yeah, who like Jeffrey Epstein, we shall be able to reach success with this very important matter. He said this bullshit on May the 13th, 2014. Lauren Fabius was his name. That's him. Now look at him. How fucking wrong was you? In fact, we have 500 days to... That was a bad French accent. We have 500 days until climate chaos. No, we don't, you fucking liar. You just absolutely spoke the most fucking shit I've ever heard in my life.
There you go.
These two con artists. Behave.
Morning, everybody. This is indeed a pleasure. Laurent Fabius, the Foreign Minister of France, has welcomed me to France more times than I can count. He's been an exceptional host and, most importantly, a great partner as we have worked together on issue after issue since I've become Secretary. Second time we've been pleased to have him here at the State Department. He was here with President Hollande not so long ago. But today we have much to talk about in the context of our partnership and work together. France has been really one of the most steady partners in almost every single endeavor that we are engaged in, particularly on the challenge of reaching an agreement with Iran with respect to Iran's nuclear program, with respect to Syria, where we have worked from day one.
What did you do to Syria? What did you do to Syria? Turn Damascus to a pile of rubble and heap of rubbles and piles like in the Bible? Is that what you've done? What did you do to, what's his name? Was it Assad? That fella, that Sham president of Syria who never done a fucking thing. And these bastards were flying Syrian helicopters over, dropping gas on people and saying, look what the Syrians have done, we need to go in and invade them. Joe Biden with his red line. Remember Joe Biden, not Joe Biden, Obama's red line. You cannot cross the red line, Dave. That's the scariest fucking thing. That's the scariest one. That is the Noahide laws.
One, on our efforts to hold the Assad regime accountable and provide support to the moderate opposition. With respect to Libya, Mali, Chad, the Maghreb, the entire Middle East peace process, Afghanistan. I mean, there really is not an issue where we are not able to find a path to be partners. In addition to that, we share major responsibilities of P5, and the P5+1 initiative on Iran is a significant one. We work very closely together in Geneva and in Paris and elsewhere in our efforts to advance those negotiations. So I'm happy to welcome Laurent here today. He's now working with an expanded portfolio in the French government and dealing with economic issues. I've said from day one, foreign policy is economic policy.
Not being funny or nothing, but he looks like a proper paedophile. He's probably sat all over Lolita Express. Couldn't get enough of going on Lolita Express. Flying around the world on there doing everything.
And economic policy is foreign policy, so we find ourselves working in concert on those issues too, on the health of our economies and the effort to provide jobs for our people. So it's a great pleasure to welcome you here. Thank you, Laurent.
Merci. Je veux dire un mot en français?
Si vous voulez.
In French. Okay. Eh bien, écoutez, je suis très heureux d'être ici et je remercie beaucoup.
Oh mate, I've got no idea what you're going on about now, but basically, he goes on to make us 500, we have got 500 days, as I have said, we have 500 days to avoid climate chaos. So, 3,000 days ago, climate chaos should have kicked off. Foreign policy is economic policy, eh? I know, yeah, it's not, is it? But they've all ran into stretching their O-rings. Oh god. I jumped into that one, didn't I? Funny. And I know the President Obama and Kerry himself are committed on this subject, and I'm sure that with them, a lot of other friends shall reach the success that, no, these are all wrong. Wrong. 500 days till climate chaos. Right, so where was he up to? I was reading this, wasn't I? So it spells a catastrophe that we're getting a 2.8 degree temperature rise by the end of the century. Who gives a shit? You told us that the icebergs were going to melt about 30 years ago. They're still here. Yet the collective response remains pitiful. Yeah, you're just making excuses because you want to, like, send the climate army in again. Which is all COVID was, just a big fucking test for this shit. We're hurtling towards disaster. Eyes wide open, with far too many willing to bet it all on wishful thinking, unproven technologies and silver bullet solutions. It's time to wake up and step up. It's time to rebuild trust based on climate justice. Who are you talking about? No one gives a shit. Greta Thunberg and a gang of weirdos throwing orange paint over buildings. You're on your own fucking plane, mate. No one cares. Sort your head out. It's time to accelerate the transition to a green economy. No, the Greens. The Green parties in the United Kingdom are all paedophiles, rootless paedophiles. They can fuck off. Limiting the rise in global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius is still possible. We must consider this as a major moment of hope. So what they want to do there is basically commissions. Oh my god, it's the next line. What? What? But it would require carbon emissions to be cut by 45% by 2030. Holy shit. I knew that by 2050, Agenda 2050, they want 50% of the emissions gone. Carbon emissions. And that was the date that I was always scared of saying, because that's when they need 50% of the people to fuck off most likely. You know, let's just wipe 50% of the people out with fake wars and shit, and fake viruses. But that's remarkably close to 50% by 2030. Oh fuck. Is this when the 2025 fucking mass extinction, well not mass extinction, sorry I shouldn't say that because the species still survives, but is that when the 2025 culling begins, let's say that, culling, that's more fitting. To help us get there, I have proposed a climate solidarity pact. Well, shove that pact up your arse, pal. No one cares. They don't, literally, no one cares. In which all big emitters would make an extra effort to cut emissions, and wealthier countries support emerging economies to do so. And I put forward an acceleration agenda to supercharge these efforts. Look, see, we are getting it. We are getting it. Us peasants, us mere peasants are getting it. Our lives are going to be miserable. All of this bullshit, word salad in here. I urge governments to make it happen by hitting fast forwards on their net zero deadlines so that developed countries commit to reaching a net zero. Hello, am I back here on this stream, or has this started a new stream now? Am I back? Back in the same stream, yeah. Best not to just put me on a second stream. If I'm back, I'm back. That's good. Oh my word. Yeah, cool. Cool. What happened there? No, that was me, that one. A little notification popping up saying stream disconnected. Me OBS. Okay, I can carry on then. Oh, thank God for that. I just want all this in one go. So they must also push multilateral development banks to adapt their business models, skill sets and approaches to risk in order to leverage far more private finance. So we get the message here. The investment, so what do you want to do? Achieve global energy security, independence, present unpredictable market fluctuations, and blah blah blah. All of this action must be global, shaping policy. You can just read one word out to everybody. Climate crisis, fossil fuel industry. Start with the polluted heart of the climate crisis. Let's face facts. Oh, you liar. The problem is not simply fossil fuel emissions, it's fossil fuels period. Well, why is China building more nuclear energy centres and all this all over the place and churning out more coal than ever, going completely against all this bullshit? What are you going to do? The world must phase out fossil fuels. We've heard all this bullshit before. UN, Greta Thunberg crap. How do we get there? Yeah, acceleration agenda calls on governments to commit to no new coal, complete phasing out of coal by 2030, end all international coal funding. What does the word coal mean? 440, anthrax. End licensing or funding of new oil and gas. Stop the expansion of existing oil and gas reserves and support the transition of the impacted developing countries. Ensure net zero electricity generation. What? Okay, so producing electricity without knocking out any emissions, they're saying there. They're not saying we're getting rid of electricity by 2035. It's like, no, you're fucking not. In developed countries in 2040 elsewhere. Shift subsidies from fossil fuels to renewables and to a just energy transition. Put a price on carbon. This is when they charge you to breathe. Yeah. Hello, Menza. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. Let's see what you said further back. CO2 makes up only 0.04% of the atmosphere, i.e. 0.04%. Most CO2 emissions are natural occurring. Spot on as well. And these just want to just do away with, like, yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. It's crazy. And that's why they're going to start charging us to breathe. because they just want to put a price on that 0.04% and tell us that there's a problem. Nope. Even their own ICC International Committee on Climate Change admits even if every country became carbon neutral, it would have negligible effects on climate. Come on, even Tesla uses a generator that runs on petrol to charge your Tesla. And yeah, good to see you, Mensa. Spot on with them comments there, Evening brother and everyone. I think we're going to dive off this fucking monstrosity now and get back to the timeline. I'll jump back in from the start of this section here for you, Mensa. This article has got a lot of information on it, all about Burning Man, and now you're going to see why all the Burning Man stuff which we've just seen starts to tie in to these dates and key dates, which then tie into prophecy and the end times, basically. So just to go over these very quickly, I've just been reading a couple of these sources. That's why these are open as I'm clicking these sources here. So March 11, 2020, as you can remember, COVID-19 was given its name and declared a global pandemic. On September the 21st, 2020, Gavi Covax deal was signed and policies adopted by the World Health Organization. June the 15th, 2023, so we've jumped to 2023 now from 2020. WHO Secretary General's press conference on climate, which took place 88 days before September the 11th this year, and that's what we've just been reading now. So then the next date along is October the 22nd, 2023, is when the BRICS nations seeking an alternate world order. One sec. I coughed again, I'm going to get a drink in a minute. Aligned with the 10 Kings in both the Revelation and the Book of Daniel. September the 11th, 2023. Now this date connects, if you can remember, Mensa, to this date in the end times as well, because that was the date that COVID was given its name. But then in the Book of Revelation 13:1:1, I think it's 13:1:1, they speak of the beast of Revelation giving power to the dragon for 42 months, and then which it gets power to chat absolute shit, which it says horsiest blasphemy, for 42 months. So the 42 months from that date lands exactly on, if you're just going exact on the month, 42 months, September the 11th, 2023, which is why I'm sat here now doing this now, which is why I had to rush to meet my own deadline to get this live stream and article published before the 11th, so I could get this report done for us now for the 11th, so it's out there and back all in one place again. So yeah, 42 months from then comes to here, right now, fucking today, where we are. It is the 11th now in the UK. As we can see, 9/11. So, yeah, and there's the. Oh yeah, and I also put another one in at the end. Then it's also 22 years this year after the 9/11. 9/11 was in 2001, wasn't it? It wasn't in 2000, and I don't sound stupid there. What are you doing? That's all what that's doing. I know. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it was 2001. That long ago. So that we were up to September the 11th, 2023. Then we've got in a few days, we come to Rosh Hashanah, which is the start of the Jewish New Year and the Feast of Trumpets, which then takes us into 5784. Which is something that we get back to shortly. 5784, what I mean by that is Jewish year 5784. 2020 was in 5780. 2022 was 5782, so on and so on. So now we're at 5784. And Rosh Hashanah coming up in the Ides of September in 2 days. 1 week after that, which is also then exactly 1,290 days after March 11. Which we see in here. So, March 11 at 1290 days takes us to Friday the 22nd of September 2023. And it also mirrors the time frame of the Abomination of Desolation. So after that, after them 1290 days, comes the Abomination of Desolation begins. So there you've got that. Now, there should be another date in here for the 23rd, because again, there is a big debate whether like 9/23 is the date. 9/23 is the date, which is always popping up in movies, films, etc. And people think like it's September the 23rd. But when I seen this timeline from here, March 11th to 2020, I started to wonder, and I read about this on the articles that I'd done about this back then as well, I started to wonder whether 9/23 was just in fact September 2023, showing us September 2023, and not September the 23rd. So that's why I've always reserved a little bit of reserved judgment on the 23rd date, just until, you know, just while like I'm aware of this 9/23 potentially being September 2023 as opposed to the 23rd of September 2023, or any year for that matter, September the 23rd, any year. Because every time it comes around, you'll get Paul Begley going live saying fucking Planet X is coming to get us and all this shit. It's like, okay. That never worked out, did it? So the 1290 days in the Abomination of Desolation. Have I got it? Yeah, I have. Okay, I've got it here. I thought so. Okay, so then, and then now opens that window, because what I see is this was an opening of a window here, wasn't it? And then I've never been able to work out whether here closes that window the 42 months after, or another one opens, or what. But yeah, I just think that's like sensible, like one window will close but then another one will open. And that's why right through this article I'm talking about windows, doorways, opportunity, windows of opportunity. And by that I mean for these psychopaths basically, and you know, not us. But we'll see how 2023 moving into 2024, but within 5784, the Jewish year 5784 should actually be a window. That should be a period where we do have a window of opportunity to you know, just to improve ourselves right across the board, whether it's prosperity, whatever way. That should be what's going to happen. But no, we know that these maniacs like to invert everything, so that's why I expect the opposite of that to happen. That's why I expect us to face a very, very, very bad time very soon. I hope not. I hope not. But this is just, obviously, this is just an observation which I've made. I've been waiting for 2 years to sit here and do this report, basically. So yeah. So September the 15th, Feast of Trumpets, then that's when that becomes 5784. The Desolation of Abomination, and then I had to put this last one in here. 7 years tribulation begins then, taking us up to 2030, which is this year. What you've just seen them. You're all failing. We need to do more to make these people more miserable, all in the guise of weather. So then, when Agenda 2030 does finally come around, that's 7 years later from now, and if the Abomination of Desolation does begin, like, in 11 days, then, yeah, it's not good, is it? So then, United Nations in Agenda 2030, which is the United Nations New World Order, 7 years after 2023. Abomination of Desolation is a phrase from the book of Daniel, describing pagan sacrifices with which the 2nd century BC Greek Antiochus IV Epiphanes replaced the twice daily offering in the Jewish temple, or alternatively, the altar on which such offerings were made. Yeah, that's what all the sevens have always been about, H. Even Trump, etc. Oh yeah, the sevens, and then the 7 sevens, and which is then the Jubilee every 49 years. And is this year the Jubilee year, or is it after that ends, after that 7 year window, and then that's the Jubilee? One of them anyway. One of them is the Jubilee. Sorry. I don't think now it's the Jubilee. I'm sure it's then. Which would then be the 7-7, 49 years since like the formation of Israel and other, yeah, the 7th king. Was he 77 when he came into power as well? Or when he, yeah, Yeah, came into power. That's an alright way of putting it, isn't it? Yep, maniacs and anti-Semitics. Same. Yep. That was Roots. Remember, New Day starts at sunset. Yep. In their calendars, you're right there, you're right. Yes, 5783 now. Lots of 923 in movies too. Could mean September 2020. Ah, yeah, seeing this now, Menza. September 2023 rather than September 23rd, which many people thought. Yeah, spot on, mate, spot on. And again, like, that's why I've held reserve on the 923 being the date, and I've just thought, no, it's the year. It's September in 2023. Yeah, you need to get as many as possible. EU Finance Minister did a speech where she kept saying 7 also, weird speech. Probably bringing in, ushering in it, as you see in there, the 7-year tribulation. I don't like the look of the next, like, this month. That's why I done a video that they say, wake me up when September ends. I don't want these hunches to be right this time, you know. Fuck that. No sorry. Right, so anyway, move on now, because this does get interesting, that timeline now. That's the whole fucking point. Well, not the whole point, but this is like, that's like the backbone of the information right through. So why are we seeing what a Burning Man and all these other things, like the Maui fires at 88? We know all these rituals connect and they all show us something. But then look, there's another timeline in the moment which is just gonna sort of like cement that what I've just said about all these rituals connecting, etc. And most of my audience here, I know my audience, and I haven't got to teach you these things. I'm just talking, but then I still do talk in a way that teaches anyone else who hasn't got a fucking clue what I'm talking about, basically. So, and it's a discussion that you appreciate having. So, that's why I know I don't patronise just by talking about these things as if, and saying it as if like no one knows and something, but Burning Man, right, this is the second timeline, that this is the timeline, and I'm Burning Man, and then why would all of that be sort of involved in this sort of timeline and connecting rituals, etc. So the Burning Man effigy burning started on the night of September the 4th, which is 27 days after the Maui fires. I know a lot of this does involve Maui, or a couple of them at least anyway. Maybe it's just that one line, but that's pivotal. This is pivotal. We're seeing the 27 there, 27, and then so 27 days after August the 27th is when the Maui fire started on 88, which is 88, and we know about that number. So 27 is 9 times 3. 93 just gives you the sun worship number as well. 39, Jesus received 39 lashings on the whip. Bilderberg, I've got 39 members, 3 sections of 13. 666, if 6 was 9, 999. So the 9 there, just saying like 3 9s. So it would be 666 if 6 was 9. Like the song from Jimi Hendrix. The festival typically ends with the burning of a giant wooden effigy of a man. The end of the ritual was originally, now this is this year's Burning Man what we're talking about here. The end of the ritual was originally set for Sunday night on September the 3rd, which is another 939 for September, and then the 3, 2023, a 93 number, Thelema, which is an Aleister Crowley reference, sun worship. But it was rescheduled for Monday night at 9 PM. Now this is important because that gives us something, okay? This would have burned, so when they started the fire at 9 PM in America, over on that side, I think this is Pacific time, so I'm not sure. Right there, where am I? And yeah, so okay, 9 PM in America, which is still on the 3rd. Is it right there? Right, it was originally set, I get myself now, it was originally set for the 3rd, but because of all the mud and all that shit, they had to reschedule it, okay? So they rescheduled it for Monday, the 4th, at 9 PM in America, which was 4 AM in the UK. So in the UK, when that started, it was already the 5th of September. Okay, with it starting at 9 p.m, it's most likely been there in its singes and still burning in some form at when it's gone past midnight, and that's over that side. So then, as I'm aware, maybe the East Coast Tennessee, sorry, Eastern time in America, would be closer to midnight. Wait there. And just work out. Yeah, because Tennessee would be closer to like UK time, wouldn't it? So there's parts of America which most likely maybe would have, like, definitely the fire would have still been burning in some form. Certainly Burning Man was still going on as it's hit midnight, as it's gone into the 5th. And I know I've just absolutely murdered that little section there, but I'll make sense of it all now for you. So, right, so that the fire would have burned into the 5th of September US time and did not begin until 4 AM on the 5th of September in the UK. The ritual was complete on September the 5th, which is 28 days after the beginning of the Maui fires. Now, there's another important number, 28 days. So there's the synchronicities with Maui. Again, Burning Man started on the 27th of August. 27 days later, we had the Maui fires on August the 8th, which is 88. There's your 27 showing the 666s after the 93. It should have been burned on the 3rd. They had to put it off till the 4th, but by the time they set the thing on fire, it would have ended up the 5th, and then the ritual was complete on the 5th, which is 28 days after the beginning of the Maui fires. So the number 28 is important because it is how many days were in a month, the lunar month basically, before calendars were altered and 13 months was changed to 12. 28 days months were in line with the cycle of the moon, feminine in nature. And then we've got female menstrual cycle is 28 days. Female deity moon worship comes in many forms, but they all pick Diana and the other names, whatever, depending whether you're looking at it from a Greek angle, Egyptian angle, Roman. So she's the Roman version. The goddess of the hunt and the moon and the underworld. She is celebrated at Fordishia Festival on April the 15th each year, and there's been a shitload of sacrifices. Is the Canada fires going on this year? Because it's done a massive, like, well, it's done a lot of work on Canada fires going back a good few years ago. British Columbia, etc. The symbol of British Columbia, just for the record, like, is the owl. The same owl that Moloch. Oh my god, what's the name of the owl? The breed. What's the breed of the owl that Moloch is? I forgot. The horned owl, is it? Yeah, it's the horned one. The great horned owl. Characteristics range. The great horned owl is one of the most widespread species in British Columbia. The mellow hoo-hoo duets of paired birds are common sounds. So then we see this horned owl at Day. Bohemian Grove, Molech, right there as the bird in British Columbia. So when all the fires happened, that's what I was like, oh god, yeah, the Paradise fires as well, big massive money grab that was for the mineral rights. Burnt all the people's houses down, offered them buttons for the houses. The people were like, okay, I haven't got a fucking house left, but I'll take this 50 grand for the house, sound. And then the next thing is they were giving up the mineral rights to the land then without knowing it, and they were sitting on fucking gold mines. Absolutely arse that was. Okay, back here again. So the number 13, we're still thinking about the number 28 here, remember, appears 28 times in the Bible. Twin Towers stood for 28 years before the World Trade Center was demolished on September the 11th, 2001. 28 is 4 times 7, which is what makes up the 28 lunar houses, otherwise known as the 28 lunar mansions. They tell us that Osiris is said to have reigned over Egypt for 28 years. September the 4th, 2023 is 7 days before 9/11, 2023. So there's another little 7 in there. 4 sevens again takes us back to the 28th. And the September the 4th date was key because that's when the Burning Man fire started. In the US, it would have been the UK, yeah. So UK announced 75 million arms budget for DEU, direct energy weapons. Mountain DEU, says Helen. That was Menza. Mountain Maui burst. DEU, yes. The 4 hours have passed. Got a great crew. I think that's music. That was Zoots. Maui fires, just like the Paradise fires. In my honest opinion, DEU. MacB says fires are burning as far as I'm aware. Good point, Mac 3. When did they start? Carl, I don't want to distract you, but if the camera fire is not relevant, I'll look at them. Ghost Swan could be quite a few people. Pin dance and pin riot crickets. That's what they sell in like UK supermarkets now. And it's dear as well. They're gonna charge you through your teeth to eat mosquitoes and flies. Fucking Faith D, whatever his name is, he'll be made up, won't he? He'll be in business. He'll be able to brush all the flies up and the dead flies off his flooring and get selling them instead of smoking them all. 9/11/2023 marked the end of a 42-month window, beginning on March 11, 2020, when COVID-19 was given its name and declared a global pandemic. There's that screenshot again. Do you know what? I'm going to have to do myself a cup of tea and get me drink out the fridge as well, because I've just been talking for that long. I'm coughing now every few minutes because like my throat's drying as I'm speaking. So I'm gonna have to try and set up something of it. I don't know whether to leave you watching something for a quick couple of minutes. Just the time it takes for the kettle to boil, basically, and about when I last played a video, I boiled the kettle then as well. So it won't take me that long. But I need to go and do myself a drink. I really do. Well, let me just see what I can do. Let's just put a little video on about 5784. I like listening to like rabbis and stuff talking about this. I put this vid on my video, and it's just on my article. Did I put this one on, or did I leave them off it? You'll see it shortly. But I like to listen to like the rabbis, etc., talking about this, and not these clowns. Let's see what this vid's saying here. Just only needs a little 3-minute thing. I'm not gonna be gone forever. Say 5 at the tops. Come on. Okay. Is this doors? What's this like? I can't remember. None of them were good. None of them were as good as all the 5781. Vids and 5780 and what have you. Do you know what? I'm just going to put this one on, if that's alright. Just have a little. No, I'm not. Definitely not doing a JSB. I am not. But I just need to go and get a drink and let me whistle. Because I've still got like most of part 2 to do with this article here, believe it or not. How long have you been here as well? Thank you for staying so long, 3 hours. I'm absolutely in no rush to get finished anytime soon either, but just let me check how far down the article. Still not that far past halfway, to be honest with you, but should be pretty easy in from. No, you don't look like enough of a rabbi. Look, mate, come on. I know I don't either, so you don't have to listen to me going on about 5784. You're not a rabbi, Carl. What are you going on about? I never watched that many of these, did I? Yeah, where have you seen? This one, let me lash this on. This fellow is good to think.
The book of Daniel tells us of a 7-year peace treaty that the Antichrist will put in place that he will eventually break halfway through it. Something very similar along those lines is taking place next month in September, and it's hosted by the United Nations.
Okay, then I'm going to leave this playing for a couple of minutes, and I swear to God it won't be too long. I just need to get a drink, cool down, and do myself a cup of tea, which is just going to make me go hot again. But yeah, I need to sort this out for 5. So back in 5, it won't be long.
Daniel 9:27 tells us of this covenant, and Jesus also references it as well. But Daniel 9:27 says he will confirm a covenant with many for 1/7. In the middle of that 7, he will put an end to sacrifice and offering, and at the temple he will set up an abomination that causes desolation until the end that is decreed is poured out on him. And this year, 2023, one day after the Feast of Trumpets, the United Nations is putting in a 7-year treaty up until 2030. The 2023 SDG Summit, or Sustainable Development Goals Summit, will take place on the 18th through 19th of September 2023 in New York. It will mark the beginning of a new phase of accelerated progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals with high-level political guidance on transformative and accelerated actions leading up to 2030. The 7-year peace treaty that the Antichrist will sign will be with Israel, and Israel is part of the United Nations. Looking around on the website for this event, you can go down and see media, where everyone's favorite doctor, Bill Gates, is on the media section. I was browsing through some of these options and came across this one referencing countries that are going to recommit to achieving these SDG goals by 2030 deadline. About halfway down this page, we see globalization that benefits all, referencing that developing countries need better globalization of their finances. Quote, "We need a financial system that ensures the benefits of globalization flow to all, by putting the needs of developing countries at the center of all its decisions," he said. Globalization of the monetary systems of the world sounds exactly like what the Antichrist is going to do when he implements the mark of the beast, and you can't buy or sell without it. And in recent news to that, I saw this video on Instagram where now people are paying using their palm scans to buy for their items at Whole Foods.
I'm at Whole Foods and I'm about to pay for my groceries with my... It'll work. That's the coolest thing ever.
There's 17 of these sustainable development goals, and strangely enough, and on the PowerPoint at this summit, is something to do with gender equality, which is number 5 on the sustainable development goals outlined for our world. If the natural resources and ecosystems of our world were truly in danger in the next 7 years, I highly doubt that number 5 on the list of how to prevent that would be gender equality. I was looking through their PowerPoint on what they're going to talk about at this event, and one of the main topics of discussion is violence against women. Spotlight initiative to eliminate violence against women and girls. Demonstrate that transformative progress and acceleration is possible on the SDGs through investment in gender equality and the elimination of all forms of violence against women and girls. Not abusing the natural resources that God has given us dominion over is of course an important thing, as well as wanting to take care of women and girls and them not being abused in the world. But again, it just doesn't make sense in my eyes how that lines up with preventing natural resources collapse in the next 7 years, not adding up to me. Also, on the United Nations website, we can see that one of their main global issues is peace and security. We know when we read 1 Thessalonians 5:3, for when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction comes upon them as labor pains upon a pregnant woman, and they shall not escape. Saudi Arabia and Israel are currently in talks to create a peace plan of their own, and Saudi Arabia is also another nation that is part of the United Nations. This article from June 9th, 2023, Benjamin Netanyahu peace deal with Saudi Arabia could end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
In an interview with US media, Netanyahu hinted that political questions won't block normalization, which he has called one of the top priorities of his government. He said, "If there's political will, there will be a political way to achieve normalization and a formal peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia."
In reference to the peace treaty that the Antichrist will put in place, we're told what that will be like for Israel in the book of Isaiah.
I'm back, I'm all done, but I don't know whether just to leave this video on for you for a couple of more minutes, and just for the purpose of the thing, because there's quite a few interesting things in here. I've quite enjoyed it. I remember this one being good as well. So yeah, I think I will. I think I'll just play it out for the next 5 minutes basically, but I can stay here though and leave the mic on. Mic is actually back on. Just see you just point things out.
Isaiah 28:15, we have made a covenant with death, and with Sheol we are in agreement, for we have made lies our refuge, and under falsehood we have hidden ourselves. Again, peace in the Middle East is of course a good thing, something we should look and hope for and pray for and work for. Same with not abusing the natural resources we have and looking out for women and children. But we must remember that there will come a day when the Antichrist will come on the scene and everybody will be saying peace and safety, and then it leads to the prophecy where we're told it leads to the utter destruction. On a side note, I wanted to reference some people believe that the prophecy of Daniel 9:27 already took place, and some even believe that it was Jesus who fulfilled that, but it really doesn't make sense to me. I'll show why. There's a case to be made that this is a twofold prophecy that some of the early church actually went through as well, but Jesus himself even said, "So when you see standing in the holy place the abomination that causes desolation spoken of through Daniel the prophet, let the reader understand, let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains." And he goes on to say how people need to flee, don't go for your cloak. It'll be a hard time and it'll be dreadful for people, and pray that you're not a pregnant woman in those days.
Okay, let's just get back to the article anyway. Oh, we've got quite a lot to go through, I think. Looking by this here, that's where we're up to on the scroll. All the way down here, and that's where we're up to. And it looks like 50% still. Okay, so just back to this timeline. Monday, 11th of September 2023, adding 42 months March. From March takes us to Monday, the 11th of September. That was 2020, 2028, the 42 months. So I've been tracking this timeline since 2020. I also believe it will be a case of one window closing and another opening, a gateway or a door of opportunity for the elites, which is to be unlocked by a key. So again, there's another time when I've mentioned doors, windows, openings, gateways, doors of opportunities to be unlocked by a key. So some people don't know where this is going a little bit as well, but right, and I saw a beast rising out of the sea with 10 horns and 7 heads with 10 diadems, that means crowns, on its horns and blasphemous names on its head, with 10 crowns on its horns and blasphemous names on its head. So this sounds like the BRICS nations taking shape a bit, and the beast that I saw was like a leopard, and its feet were like a bear's, and its mouth was like a lion's mouth. And to it, the dragon gave its power and its throne and the great authority. One of its heads seems to have a mortal wound, but it's I've just got my drink out the freezer. It's making all crazy noises as it melts. I just didn't know what the noise was. Right, so feet like a bear's and its mouth was like a lion's mouth, and to it the dragon gave its power and its throne and great authority. One of its heads seemed to have a mortal wound, but its mortal wound was healed, and the whole earth marvelled as they followed the beast, and they worshipped the dragon, for he had given them his authority to the beast, and they worshipped the beast, saying, "Who is like the beast, and who can fight against it?" And the beast was given a mouth uttering haughty and blasphemous words, and it was allowed to exercise its authority for 42 months. So that's where we get the 42 months from. September the 11th, 2023 from March 11th, 2020 is exactly 42 months. But what does the Bible tell us about the time frame, and is there any more details that may give us another date or window of opportunity for these maniacs? The simple answer is yes, and that's the 1290 days which we just spoke of. And that does take us from March 11, 2020 up to Friday the 22nd of September, which is just 11 days from now. So then we've got here, it says the abomination that causes desolation is set up. There will be, wait there, from the time that the daily sacrifice is abolished and the abomination that causes desolation is set up, there will be 1290 days. And again, that does click through to the original source. September the 11th is 88 days after June 15th. June 15th is the 166th day of the year. This was notes, this was just notes still. That I just haven't like took out or expanded on, I should have, or yeah. So there's 199 days remaining until the end of the year. That's on September the 11th. September the 11th is the 254th day of the year. And there's 111 days. So up to this one just saying September the 11th is 88 days after June the 15th. This one is saying September the 11th is the 245th day of the year, with 111 days remaining until the end of the year. 11 days after 9/11 marked the end of a global treaty which runs from September the 19th to the 22nd at United Nations. This is another time frame that must be noted as we draw closer to a period in our lives we're being dictated to by satanic-driven elitists who are intent on making our lives worse than the days of COVID-19. Facts, I think that's what they want to do. COVID was just a beta test for it all. Many think we are now heading towards the phase of the desolation of abomination. Hello Becky, you just popped in. But you've took your message back. The theme of 2023 treaty will be towards universal participation in multilateral environmental agreements for a healthy planet. The success of the recovery of the ozone layer, what? Through universal participation in the Montreal. Remember that they used to tell us all that the ozone layer had a hole in it? Yeah, that was bullshit as well. Oh my word. Success of the recovery of the ozone layer through the universal participation in the Montreal Protocol on substances. That's what I was going to say. They used to blame all the women with the hair lacquer, didn't they? Substances that deplete the ozone layer has been justly celebrated, and I wish to encourage universal participation in all the multilateral environmental agreements for which I serve as a depository at the upcoming treaty events. It is. That's word salad, that don't mean nothing, you're right. The triple crisis of climate disruption, biodiversity loss and population destroying our planet require our collective response. The Paris Agreement on Climate Change, Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, Convention of Biological Diversity and others are among the multilateral environmental agreements highlighted this year which aim to address the global concerns. A list of highlighted treaties is enclosed for your consideration. Just before that globalist shift takes place, there is another summit hosted by the United Nations. It is the SDG Summit of 2023, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which is basically stripping us of our rights, privileges and even assets as the demons at the United Nations World Economic Forum, which is closer to being in a position where we will own nothing and be happy. Klaus Schwab. One has to wonder when the world is going to turn into a real life version of Soylent Green meets The Handmaid's Tale. First the Satanists will make us eat flies and be happy, but how long will it be until they decide that humans are a resource for food as well as keeping everyone set in the United Nations way of living like programmable, miserable worker bees attached to the hard mind mentality. So again, this one does click through to the original source. The SDG Summit will take place on the 18th and 19th of September. All of this is now. In 2023 in New York, it will mark the beginning of a new phase of accelerated progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals with high political guidance on transformative and accelerated, again, that word from the other knobhead speech. Or is this the same one? He's the Secretary General, isn't he? Oh yeah, all that same mumbo jumbo from him. So he's the face for this nonsense for Secretary General and Secretary General. We can see that the United Nations headquarters in New York placed a statue of the Beast of Revelation at their hell-ridden base. A picture of the sculpture was posted on the United Nations photo Twitter page on November the 9th, 2021 and was instantly frowned upon by many observers. The statue was branded a guardian for international peace and security. It is clear as day that these people worship Lucifer. The sweet red A guardian for international peace and security sits on the visitors plaza outside the United Nations headquarters. Guardian is a fusion of jaguar and eagle and donated to the, see like puma and all this in here. And yeah, it was created by artist Jacobo and Maria Angeles. Photo, UN photo manual. So yeah. Burning Man and pagan festivals. I was just sort of lashed in. That was in this part here. I've nearly added this here. Burning Man and pagan festivals. The word festival is something you will find on 80% of the articles on this website. The subject was prominent because major events often align with Roman, pagan, Greek or Egyptian festivals that were carried on, continued from the days of ancient Babylon, which was ruled by Nimrod. Nimrod was the first king of Babylon and is known for being the reason why we see phallic symbols all around the world. Romans built phallic symbols on their territories, Egyptians did the same, so too the Greeks. Each empire has its own almost identical version of the meaning behind the architecture. In modern day, we see the signs and symbols of ancient Babylon in almost everything. We see it in the Christmas trees that are put up in our homes here. This means people are knowingly or unknowingly conducting blasphemy when taking part in the pagan festival of Christmas. But how does that swing us back to the Burning Man and other forms of false deity worship? Let me go into some detail for you. Now we've seen Saturn right the way through this, haven't we, this article? Yes, they worship Lucifer, but generally people don't even know about our creator, so it means nothing to them. Yep, like Shiva, Sin. Well, wasn't the word cannibalism bandied about at the Burning Man? Yeah, it actually was. It actually was. 2020 global pandemic year had 18th lowest death rate over the last 30 years in the UK Office for National. Absolutely sickening. Absolutely sickening. Nimrod, recognised as Osiris, with the historical roots of Christmas intertwined with the pagan figures of Nimrod, a descendant of Noah and his mother and wife Semiramis, who was also repackaged as Ishtar and Isis. Nimrod, recognised as Osiris in Egypt, left a blasphemous mark on the alleged history of the founder of the first ever global empire, which would later be known as Babylon, as described in Genesis chapter 10 verses 12 and then 11 verse 1 to 9, or 1 and 9, I think it's 1 through though. From ancient narratives like the Epic of Gilgamesh and the archaeological findings unearthed from the ruins of Mesopotamian and Egyptian cities, we can piece together the mosaic of subsequent events. Look. Tower of Babel, European Parliament. Tower of Babel, built by Nimrod. European Parliament, built by Nimrod worshipping demons, basically. Nimrod and the Tower of Babel. Nimrod led a blasphemous project to construct a tower that reached for the heavens. This endeavour, as described in the book of Genesis, the Bible, is seen as an abomination because of its thought to establish a one-world government without acknowledging the authority of the God of the Bible. This was known as the Tower of Babel. We see the Tower of Babel depicted in popular culture, for example, tower that Belle from Beauty and the Beast can be seen looking out of, and that's why I just put Beltane in there. That does link through. Remember, the article that we're reading here is pinned in the top of the comment section as well, but this does link through to an article which is all about the Beauty and the Beast, where you do see this tower, what Belle looks out of, and the camera zooms right down or right up, and I think she looks out and it zooms right down, but it's absolutely massive. Again, we see a similar building to the Tower of Babel, showing out a little couple of bits out there in popular culture, so to say. There's a very Tower of Babel-esque building, which is in Little Nicky. Look at this here, we see a jellyfish, which, remember when I done the Lilibet Diana article, and we seen a jellyfish on the Queen has a brooch of a jellyfish, and I was pointing out that like jellyfishes contain luciferase, which is what makes them glow in the dark, in the deep. And any animal that glows up, basically they've got luciferase in them. That's what's doing that. Weird the way that's there as well, jellyfish in hell. The story of the Tower of Babel serves as a cautionary tale from thousands of years ago when God intervened to prevent the world from uniting under a single rule with a single language. The Bible tells us that this divine intervention thwarted the project by causing such a profound language barrier among the workers that communication became impossible. So just because they built this Tower of Babel, just spread them all out around the world, just know the story, and then just give them all different languages, which then segregated people, etc. So that's what God's done to stop these fuckers doing this. This marked the beginning of Nimrod's kingdom, which later became known as Babylon. However, the relevance of Babylon doesn't end with its ancient history. In the biblical words of Jesus, it's prophesied that Babylon will face judgment and fall at the end of the world. This prediction is symbolic, representing the idea that forces in the world those influenced by darker forces, continue to worship. I actually, when I first put that in, it didn't make sense. I had something written there which was just bad, so then I took it out a little bit into this, and it made me stumble a little bit when I was reading. And anyway, I remember pissing about with this line. So those influenced by darker intentions continue to worship the legacy of Nimrod and strive to establish a one-world government in defiance of God's authority. Nimrod and the reasons we see the obelisk around the world. The pagan reverence for Nimrod is evident in various practices around the world where they pay tribute to him. One such symbol associated with Nimrod is the obelisk, which is reminiscent of a phallus, and this sexual symbolism is in line with their worship. That's why I say they're all perverts as well. Yep. Right there again, as explained at the start a little bit as well. The story goes, after Nimrod's death, his body was dismembered into several pieces and sent throughout the land as a warning to anyone who would attempt to follow his footsteps. His wife Semiramis, I can never say it, then began to locate the body parts from around the world. Only his phallus was left missing, and again, like I say, you know what, that represents the male sexual organ, basically. Another unholy trinity, 3 is the magic number, in an overlaying story of Immaculate Conception. Now this is what bothers me, that story of Immaculate Conception. Let me read all this and I'll see if I can go into it then. Dated a few years after his death, Semiramis had a son, Horus or Gilgamesh. He claimed she had been visited by the spirit of Nimrod, who left her pregnant with the boy. Horus, she maintained, was Nimrod reincarnated, born on Christmas Day. December the 25th, this is symbolic of sun worship, rebirth and mirrors. The story of Jesus Christ's conception is celebrated on the same day as they claim was when Jesus was born. What have I said here? Right, wait there. What have I said here? Born on Christmas Day, December 25th, that was Nimrod, right? This is the symbolic of sun worship, rebirth, and mirrors the story of Jesus Christ's conception. Oh yeah, I see, just the Immaculate Conception. And just celebrated on the day they claimed that Jesus was born. Yeah, sorry, it's late. With a father, mother and son deified, a deceptive inverted trinity was formed. Pagans who control certain aspects of the world pay homage to Nimrod's missing penis by erecting obelisks and other phallic symbols as a display of their dominance and to reaffirm their goals. Nimrod, the sun god, and Saturn, Baal worship. So again, the whole point of that is the theme that we've just had running right through all of this is Saturn. So you may be wondering what Nimrod has to do with Saturn. The image below tells us that the significance of the 13 days of preparation for Beltane. 13 days are between April the 19th and May the 1st each year. This is a dangerous time of year for children, as Baal requires child sacrifice by fire, not for, Change that. You can see that Baal, the Canaanite god, often depicted as a bull, is also known as Moloch, and again, who is also shown as Al, which is also the same deity as Saturn, which is Satan. right? It's just put itself into the sleep mode. It puts itself in sleep mode at like now every night, just and goes all black and white, and then doesn't really bother me. Which, so also the same deity as Saturn, which is Satan, who holds the name Nimrod. Nimrod is Baal. So here you go, where's this? It's just easy to point it out because this just shows the name, so I like to use this picture, I use it quite a lot. April 19th is the 13th day, the satanic ritual day relating to fire, the fire god Baal, Moloch, Nimrod, the sun god, also known as the Roman god Saturn, Satan, the devil. This day is a major human sacrifice day, demanding fire sacrifice with an emphasis on children. This day is one of the most important human sacrifice days, and as such has had some very important historical events. Oh no, I've just tried to take my lid off me drinking squirts are all over myself. It doesn't want to know, I left it in the freezer too long. So now I'm going to start going in. This sort of blends here, we're still talking about the Canaanite gods, etc. But then we start to blend into 5784 a little bit now, which takes us towards the end of the article, the last little quarter. Yeah, Bethel is in play, is the place in the Bible. Now a lot of people, do you know what, I just got this off me 5781 and 80 article, Pandemonium one as well. A little bit of this are from here now. So Bethel is the place in the Bible that is known as the Canaan lands, or the land of Canaan. Luz is a Canaanite word, it means light. Now, the land of Canaan is the original regions of what is known as Israel. Okay? Luz is a Canaanite word. Luz is the name of a royal Canaanite city connected with Bethel. It is debated among scholars whether Luz and Bethel represent one and the same town, former the Canaanite name and the latter the Hebrew name. Okay, or whether they were distinct places in proximity to each other. You see the word Beth as a girl's name, that means pledged to God, as shown below. It also shows how it is an abbreviated version of Elizabeth. Right? What deity and god did Queen Elizabeth bow down to? And notice it says did, not does. I did change that word there. I am sure if you go digging you will find some interesting answers, but I actually had a video there because it just went on. But I point this out because the whole article asked the question of what god these people are worshipping. It appears to be Baal and Moloch, as we are seeing. So Beth here, the name Beth is a girl's name meaning pledged to God. So we're working out here the word Bethel around like, you know, the city. So this is a video where showing the Queen's speech, occult Luciferian light bearers, Christmas, and there's where she got this jellyfish on her. But all she does is talk about light. She talks about light loads in there, but look, there's that jellyfish. Luciferase. The L in Bethel means Father of Heaven, Saturn, and that's from my Pablo Hazel article. We know that Beth means pledging to God, so what does L mean in the rest of the word Bethel? The simple answer is Satan, Saturn. So L-E-L, like we're saying, is Saturn. Just like I have already shown, but here is another hidden way that they have everyone worshipping the dark cube of Saturn, Satan, in this evil pantomime. I could sit here listing examples for hours on end. Pledging to God slash Satan is the breakdown of the word Bethel. Pledging to God, Baal, or Moloch with the horns. L also means Lord, if I'm right. So, yeah, watch what happens now. L, Father of Heaven slash Saturn. So, Beth, pledging to God. L, Father of Heaven, Saturn. And his major son, Hadad, Father of Earth, Jupiter, symbolised both by the bull and both wear bull horns. L, deity. Bethel, house of. Bethel means house of El or house of God. Beth means house of, and then the L means, like we've seen, we're going to see, Saturn, house of God. So they can't make the minds up whether Moloch is God or whether God's God. They're trying to say Satan's God. The image below is from an account on Twitter ran by Nadia Sink that highlights Ishtar, which is something that I have covered on this website before now. Also, the post highlights the same things repeating in different cultures and belief systems throughout history, and they all point to the same deities and places that are repackaged versions of ancient mystic Babylon. You will notice Bethel is one of the locations listed on the image. It also cites ritualistic cannibalism, human sacrifices, advanced knowledge and masonry and astronomy, ritual magic and drugs, as well as dragons when Enki is mentioned. Where's all these things? And look at these phallic shapes as well. These they're all perverts. Keep saying it. Beth El, House of God. Ritual cannibalism, similar rituals, human sacrifices, use of drugs, dragons. Where those new gods replacing or eating previous ones and using their DNA coming from meteorites preserving in their spores knowledge, genetical material of parasitic form of lives belonging to an extinguished solar systems compatible with ours. Cannibal god from Egypt, begotten by a bull. Cosmic Easter egg, that's what Ishtar come down on, didn't she? She come down on an egg. There's a pyramid. There's another egg with a serpent wrapped around it. There's another egg with the inverted upside down crescent moon like we seen at the pyramids at Burning Man. There's Göbekli Tepe. Ritual decapitation sacrifice of celestial bull by vulture priests. Enki's phallic snake. The same shit, different toilet, all over the place. Canaanites, astronomy, awareness, and Jacob's ladder in Bethel. Right, so now we arrive on the story of Jacob's ladder, which can be found in the book of Genesis, chapter 28. Jacob was fleeing from his brother Esau when he had a dream about a stairway to heaven appearing, from which God appeared and selected the chosen people of Israel. He then named the location Bethel and declared it the gate of heaven. It can be argued that the angels and deities that Jacob saw coming from the sky could have been celestial planets. We know quite well that these mass sacrifices were conducted by Canaanites worshipping, we're getting there towards the end now, worshipping gods and planets such as Saturn, Jupiter and Mars, or bodies such as the Sun. Jacob's ladder info from Wikipedia. Easy. Yet another interpretation of this is the place at which Jacob stopped for the night was in reality Mount Moriah, the future home of the temple in Jerusalem. The ladder therefore signifies the bridge between heaven and earth, as prayers and sacrifices offered in the holy temple soldered a connection between God and the Jewish people. Moreover, the ladder alludes to the giving of the Torah as another connection between heaven and earth. Or watch, and he dreamed, and behold a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven, and behold the angels of God ascending and descending on it. Like, you've got something just to come up and down on quite a lot, something like exists for him. Afterwards, Jacob names the place Bethel, literally meaning house of God. But El means Saturn, you know, which is Baal. Oh, house of Baal. Who is this Lord? My tablet's just... Oh. And Hebrews. They corrupted all that was good. Bethlehem, yep, exactly. Make yourself your spot on there. That's, yeah, forming the word Bethlehem then. El means God, but not necessarily created God. No, yeah. Is it God or Lord? Or same thing? Same thing. You say tomato, I say tomato. But yeah, you're spot on there. Jellyfish brooch, spot on. MacB, going back into Luciferase again, like we said. April 19th. Equals 1 and 19. When was Mother's Day in 2021? It was May the 9th. In the past, April was the first month of the year. Yeah, so then October the 8th one. This is before they inverted the calendars from 13 months, 28 day cycles into, as you're saying there, into the what we've got now, the layout what we've got now. So in the past, April was the first month of the year, I heard. So 1/19 is another 9/11 April. And he's right there in what he's saying with the how they altered the dates and everything. So that's why, like, when people are saying like, oh, 22, it's you remember a few years ago there was an example of this, and it was it the 2020 bug or 2012? There was meant to be something happening in 2012, wasn't there? Something. But then like people were arguing, well, like, how can this be right, 2012, etc. if like when the calendars change from the 28 days into 31 and reduced us down to 12 months, and so yeah, so the countdown to 2012 from the days whenever it was a change, so to say. Yes, June and July were added to the calendar. Were they the ones that got put in where they, yeah? January already in there for Janus. Mayan calendar 2012 ended. Yeah, that's it. You're spot on. And the Mayans were all, and people were waiting for Beersheba. Is that the place where 70,000 people died between there? I think it was, wasn't it? Don't really need to read that scripture off. Bethel is mentioned several times in Genesis. It's first mentioned in Genesis 12 and 13 as a place where Abraham stayed and built an altar on his way to Egypt, and on his return he said sort of be close to Hai. Don't really think I need to read any of them scriptures off. Now 5784 and doors. Now I know it took us an absolute eternity to get here, but this is the little closing back now with the time and all the doors and all the windows and everything. So 5784, in 2020 I wrote and made videos about the year 5780 in the Jewish calendar. This was important because the years to come with meanings, 5780, sorry wait there, this was important because the years come with meanings. But what that means is there is each year, 5780, whatever year, they come with like little meanings behind them and things to look out for in that year. 5780 was 2020, 5781 was 2021, 5782 2022, 5783 is in 2023. But remember, these don't change over to this until quite late in our years. The Jewish New Year, Feast of Trumpets, Yom Kippur is that another word for it as well? Yom Kippur, that's just come back into my head then. We just been speaking about it earlier, didn't we? And this doesn't happen until September, which is like the end of our year, isn't it really? But that is still when the years to align. So 5781 at one point in 2021 lines up. But for most of 2021 it's actually 5780. On this crossover, that's when it's just become that. So and we are about to enter 5784 during Rosh Hashanah, beginning on September the 15th, the Ides of the month. I just didn't want to put the Ides of September so close to right in September there, so that's just why I said the Ides of the month. It was in the article that I published back in 2020, 5780, that I laid out what is going to happen over the coming years. It was titled Pandemonium, which is also the name of an accompanying video with the same name. The word pandemonium is the opposite of paradise. So the year 5780 had many synchronicities to what we went through during COVID-19, and it was upon looking for information about 5780 that I discovered a vision that somebody had published. This is what I wrote back then. As I was digging for research of 5780 vision prophecies, I made a telling discovery. Though the creepy level's credit must go to the person who had written what they said they had seen on a Facebook post in 2016. And this is fucking mind blowing what this person seen and like wrote and published then. Because when we're sitting here and I'm looking for this and I find this in COVID-19, like holy shit, that person hit the nail on the head. Wayland Henderson. The statement was made by Wayland Henderson on September the 4th, 2016. You can click the image to view the main source in full. So, prophetic word, the Hebrew year 5777, and the restoration of prophetic vision. Now, prophetic vision, the word, the Hebrew, now down here somewhere. Yeah, watch. I want to share what the Lord showed me during an encounter about the season of time we are in. As a result of this experience, I began to receive a download of revelation in regard to a 10-year portal of time where we are currently in, where God is healing the eyes of his bride. This 10-year portal started in 2010, which was also the year 5770 on the Hebrew calendar, and will continue until 2020 and 5780 of the Hebrew calendar. Before I continue, this revelation is only in part and not meant to be a teaching. Each piece is a teaching in itself, but that is not my purpose today. My purpose is to release this in a seed from what I was shown, and Holy Spirit will unfold the rest at another time. Also, many of these things are still unfolding as well as just beginning. Some things will begin this year and increase over time, like COVID. Oh no, that was 2016 when this person's saying this. Yeah. While others will increase quickly. Within this 10-year portal of time, God desires to restore 2020 normal prophetic vision back to the church to prepare us from what is to come. So I was showed that Hebrew year 5780 will fall on the Gregorian calendar 2020, and it would be a significant year. This now from here moving on. Yeah, pandemic, absolutely. Pandemic comes from the root word pandemonium. Remember one of the things that they were going on about, weren't they saying the pandemic came from a pangolin at one time, weren't they? You know, that weird looking animal, like was that like an antelope or something? I can't remember, but yeah, that like sort of turtle shaped dragon looking thing. I mean, not turtle but scaly, like a bit of a dragon with a fucking turtle shell on its back or something. It's a long read, but keynotes in the vision line up to what we have seen. So what now, remember, this is where I'm still saying, like, this is what I wrote back then. So you sort of see when I come out of the part which is writing back then, and I start writing again in current day. So what we have seen in 2020 in regards to the new structure of society and the businesses in the business world after the inhumane rules and regulations that have been placed in most abiding nations on the back of the COVID-19 fiasco. Wayland writes, now this is where it gets mad. Within the 10-year portal of time, God desires to restore 2020 normal prophetic vision back to the church to prepare us from what is to come. I was shown that the year 5780, I know I've already read this bit, but I'm just leading in again because this was on the screenshot, which will also fall on the Gregorian calendar 2020, will be a significant year. So now, the portal of time is also a period where God is going to judge every system that keeps him out. He is dealing with idols and systems that attempt to separate us from his love. Just as Moses was sent to set his people free by judging systems of unbelief produced through idol worship, God is sending ambassadors who carry out the blueprints of the coming new man tabernacle. Now in here, this is crazy. This is where it says that foundation and strength. As our eyes are being healed and normal prophetic vision is being restored, we will begin to declare new realities and new foundations from what we have seen. 5780 will be the year to declare new foundations, and that's what we all got in 2020, basically. New foundations for all this bullshit. Yeah, like an armadillo. Yeah, that's the one. Yep, that's it. When I said antelope, that's what I was trying to say, like an armadillo. 570 will be the year to declare new foundations from what you've seen. That's what he's done. He just smashed up all the foundations and everything we knew, bigger than they did for 9/11, and then pushed on with all the bullshit nonsense that you know is just going to return. Here are the things that the Lord began to speak to me about this 10-year portal. What the Lord began to show me was the spiritual significance of America aligning with Israel has been on his radar for the last 6 years in particular. This is a time frame where Gentiles must embrace the union with the olive branch and Abraham their father, so blindness can begin to be removed from Israel. This is a time frame where our eyes are being opened to all of Israel being saved. The one new man revelation will be understood with much more clarity. The new man will be the blueprint being revealed in this portal of time. New man tabernacles. 2020 was the year when a lot of people became aware, woke and wise. I don't like the word woke. Awake and wise to the reality of how governments have misled them into living under tyranny. The claims about eyes being healed and new realities being formed from the foundations of newfound vision are quite eerie. it does continue and it does line up with current events. Now remember, this is still writing back then. It ends now, I think, this part. To manifest the power of the age to come. This will be a year when God will make a clear distinction between those who live from heaven and those who live from earth. This will be a year of division and distinction, and not a time of peace. And then quote scripture, Matthew 10:34, Luke 12:49, 1. Zion, the sword of Zion, is that the flaming sword of Zion getting a shout there, will be the Elijah company who has come to release a word that will bring division and warfare within the church to separate the sleeping church and the bride. Elijah's are coming to expose and open the eyes of the church to her wickedness, come out of her, Babylon, and to call her accountability. Judgment will come, the Vatican, come out of her as well. Judgment will come upon the systems of Egyptian bondage, of intimidation and slavery, and Babylonian bondage of assimilation. Revelation 18, the one new man will begin to be birthed out of the tribulation coming upon the earth. So this the Antichrist. New mindsets will be formed, the systems of this world are shaken, and that, look, out of everything, that's like that, highlighted orange. Systems of this world are shaken. This is from 2020. 2020, systems of the world shaken. That was just fucking mad, mind-blowing when I first ever seen that. Accuracy of prophetic ministry will begin to increase because the eyes of the prophets are becoming healed. Now again, if anyone comes over and visits this article, this links through into the original source. Prophets are becoming healed. We are in a Laodicean church age where our eyes must be healed for us to realise we are becoming a message. So again, there's just one of the screenshots from back then when I'm eating me Vids. Jewish and Hebrew year 5780 is 2020, year of sacrifice, and LifePath.com. And we are getting there now. That was in 2020, but we are now in 2023 and about to head into 5784 on the Jewish calendar. And the question is, what's 5784 about? That shouldn't say that should say 5784. I've just had 5780 on my mind after looking at that, and then did this. I will explain shortly, but first let me show you some of the dynamics of the year 570. It will help you understand 5784 more, and how I come to these conclusions that we are living in, that what would seem to be the end times. The source here, let's have a look what you're saying in chat. Who is that who comes in the canoe in IPEC Go 2? The Antichrist, basically. The Antichrist. And he gets birthed out of it's sort of, he comes out of like a vagina shape, doesn't he, in the boat, and all them plants, the lotuses coming out of the water, etc. You see a volcano in the background, I think. That's when the spire crumbles. Remember from in the Notre Dame decodes, and then actually that got you know that video, you know Heliaphants who made the IPEC Go 2 video, they actually fucking pulled them all off the channels this week, you know. He did. So Casey was saying, look at this, the burning man, you know, like the fella who come Jesus figure with the fucking 3 hearts of Lupercalia on his chest and everything, coming out burning in the canoe, like you say, saying like, you see the burning man where his feet are on fire, and then showing like how all the people in Burning Man festival, you know, like just sort of saying like the moaning that the feet feel like they're on fire because of the all the acid in the mud, etc. There's so many you're spot on there, MacB. So many Antichrist, but one man of precision. Yeah, it's been removed, that film. Yep, it's gone. We have still got it though, like I'm sure I've fucking got about, I've screen recorded that and downloaded that about 15 times, and because I've had these hard drives for a while now, even no matter how many times I like rebuilt my computer or something. Rosh Hashanah, or the Jewish New Year 5780, began on September the 29th and 30th that year, 2019. This is the Hebrew year 5780, 5779 was said to be the year of the seeing eye, based on the Hebrew letter Ayan, A-Y-A-N, being a numerical value of 70. That number, 70,000. I would definitely say that the last decade was in fact represented by an all-seeing eye, Where's them? Here's the letters that make up the word 5780. Because remember in Hebrew, letters are also numbers as well. So pay is the Hebrew, so this first one here, pay, this one, is the Hebrew letter for the number 80, which, okay, this will just explain itself, it's been a while since that, which is a picture of the symbol of a mouth. The letter P has another unique characters in it, with the blank space is recognizable as the letter Bet, meaning house. The letter Bet is significant in Hebrew because it speaks of creation. Ironically, last year's creation concert continues in a way this year. We now have the sacrificial offering by the Noahides in the form of an inverted sacrifice of Noah, thanking God for sparing the 8 lives. God destroyed everything he created but those 8, and now these Noahides that are being supported by the Shahidran are leading them to the dark abyss. And where that source from, this bit of information, yeah, the hidden in the Craig there to here, that's linked in there as well. The video below explains some of the prophetic meanings we can take out of the year 5780, sorry. Prophetic meaning of the year 5780 in 2020. They were very interesting. Back in the day. What does all this have to do with 5784? The answer is doors. So by just saying that, it just lets you know a little bit how these numbers work, and with words and how the numbers are like one word, I mean mouth and shit like that. But so what's and eyes and vision, and you know, I've been seeing the hourglass everywhere. Kislet as of late, and that's Make Yourself. Thanks for diving in, Make Yourself, and speaking as well. Just a thought, because of the mud, everyone they had feet of clay. Yeah, I've wondered that myself so many times. I was dancing over whether to put that in as well, but yeah, the iron and the clay. Good question. Helia, yeah, go and have a look, Mensa. Heliofont removed the fucking vids, yeah. Mad. Just a thought. So yeah, I'm glad you said that there, MacB. I'm very glad you said that. And I'm sorry if I've missed any comments when I'm reading that you should want read out along over the night. But yes, June and July were added to the calendar. They corrupted all that was good. Yep. So yeah, so now what is these? Now I don't go into the same sort of detail because by now I was coming up to like 10 o'clock. I wanted this article done by 10 PM tonight so bad, just so I could get it done and get this live stream done. I knew if it was much longer, so this bit sort of become a little bit like just rushed and just get it done. Shall I carry on or shall I just quit now while I'm at Ed and get the live stream done? At least my message is out there then, and anything else that I can build on can just be follow-up reports. So what does all this have to do with 5784? The answer is doors. That thing that I've been talking about all the way through this fucking article. Interesting, isn't it? 5784 is all about doors, that word that we started on at the beginning of this article. Remember, the devil counterfeits God's design, so if God makes a year about doors and the opening of, then you can bet your bottom dollar that Satan will also replicate it, which is why we started on doors, windows of opportunity, even portals, gateways, paths, you know. We know that the United Nations are getting ready to move forward and accelerate the push towards Agenda 2030. September 2023 is full of synchronicities and key dates that open up the door for Satan to evoke the next stage of his plans. 2023, there's a bit there, but I'll just finish reading it, and then if you feel like listening to something on 5784, then I'll bang it on. But again, like that's when I said, oh, do you know what? I need a rabbi to tell me about all this so I can take him seriously. 2023 going into 2024 is supposed to be it's not supposed to be a prosperous time for humanity and a chance for us to regain what was lost in COVID-19 over the last few years, apart from the loved ones who perished sadly. So I had to say that because people watching who have lost people, you know, like no one's getting them back. I would recognise that when I was writing this. We cannot ignore the steps that the satanic regime are taking to lead us into this new world order that they implement little by little, with new laws and regulations that only serve to restrict our freedoms. Something big is about to happen, and I have been waiting for this time since hitting on the timeline of the 42 months in the Beast of Revelation, lining up with current events. The thing, I was tired by you, the thing we have to wait for now is to see who will win the spiritual battle that is taking place here on Earth. There is a fine line between knowing where the prophecy is playing out or if Satan is acting it out like a script using his minions in positions of power around the world. And that is the end of it. That's where I've got to for now. So yeah, I'm just going to chill out for 5 minutes. I've absolutely had myself demented for like a week, getting all that written out and all that, and wanting to keep me little tires and bass lines in. And as you see, when I was reading through it, there's loads of things coming back to me. It's like, shit, I haven't put that in, shit, I haven't put that in. So I'll put them in, as I said, and then do them in the other little sections as follow-up little short screen recording vids, which will be done in 5 minutes each or something, and get that done. But yeah, it was enjoyable writing that, and just sort of, as I said, getting me muscle memory going again with this type of thing. But that's not to say that I enjoy like what I'm writing and shit, you know. It's like, it's fucking scary, very scary if shit started to like come to light and come through, and like I say, there's a fine line between knowing where the prophecy is playing out, just in my opinion, or if Satan is acting it out like a script using his minions in positions of power around the world. And either way, both scenarios could suggest that we're fucked, which is what I do really think. No, I don't think it's going to be all rosy blue skies and everything. But I just hope none of this bullshit does happen. September's always bad, and then October's like a month of war, so they're always going to start in like... let me have a look why I've just said that. I'm sure it's known as a month of war. Yom Kippur, also called the October War, the Ramadan War, the Arab War of October 1973, the Fourth Arab-Israeli War, Fourth Arab-Israeli Wars, which was initiated by Egypt and Syria on October the 6th, 1973, on the Jewish holy day of Yom Kippur. But then, just like with all the gods, you know, all like in the Roman pagan festivals, etc., October is the month of war, and it's often seen like that'd be the best time for them to go to war or to start sounding the war drums, etc. Boom, 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 boom. And October, so there's a lot to move. We're going to move from September into October, which is then fucking crazy in itself, because 13 days into October, you've got the 13th of October, and then you flip the two numbers, you're at Halloween, Samhain, and all. October's bad for rituals. And then November doesn't get much better anyway. There's a few key dates in November. You've got 11/20, you've got 11/11, you've got the 1st, which is like 1/1/1/1/1, and then you've got 11/26, which is like a bad date on the pagan things. If it's not the 26th, it's the 28th, but I'm sure it's the 26th, November 26th. And then you've got the 22nd, which is another one, and then that's the date fucking JFK was assassinated on, weren't it, as well. What else? There's loads of them in November, fucking loads of them. And then moving into December doesn't get much better, and Saturnalia, everything, fucking Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve. These are all dates when you love pulling a little stunts. They have done in the past. Every single year, one of them dates that I've just mentioned will pop up with something. Remember on Christmas there was the Christmas market massacre a few years back? So like, yeah, people going Christmas shopping can't even get a break because these lunatics will pop up with one of the fucking mass media energy harvesting ritual events and start killing people, or sending crisis actors in to make everyone think that a load of people have just died, whatever way they do it. But yeah, that do, honestly God, like that's why over the past couple of years I have just had my feet up, just relaxing, knowing this time would be coming again, and all this bullshit. So that is literally a full circle from 2020 into 2021, and then halfway through 2021 just like thinking, fuck all this COVID bullshit, I'm having a break, and then finding a big gang of crisis actors on some missing kids case that looks like a boy dancing around a barrel in Tennessee. Yeah, and then now here we are right on the cusp of this fucking weird time that I've been sitting there waiting on. I've never like played it down, have I? Like Helen and people like that, Mensa or MacB, always like know how many times I do reference the 42 months and this time of year. Oh yeah, everyone, we've all got families and friends and people, we don't want to be persecuted anymore, but I think that's what's just going to happen. And when we read them, all these articles, and we're seeing all them keywords through it all, like a lack of trust, lack of support, and these are human, the agenda is being undermined, we should be accelerating action, filling gaps, human, no, it's fucking moody, spells catastrophe, just mad. We're hailing towards disaster with eyes wide open. So all of this is just language, just oh yeah, for the yes people to go, oh yeah. We need to lock everyone up, don't we? We need to lock them all up, stop feeding them hamburgers, so they can stop farting and so they can stop fucking wrecking the fucking planet and the ozone layer. Yeah, don't let these eat no more McDonald's, let's feed them flies. And then they won't fart, and then we will have a safe ozone layer. Bullshit artists, mate. They are absolute bullshit artists. Remember we are told to not fear, that's a commandment. Yep. Good. And Mensa says, that was MacB, that top research, Carl, you have a knack for finding stuff out. It's the hunches, and I don't like them, like, well, sometimes they can be fun and shit, you know what I mean, but I don't like it when it's like bad shit, and I don't want to be right, and I don't want me hunches to be right, you know. That's where most of my best works always come from, hasn't it? From the hunches, where you just start and search for answers and find more questions, so to say. Yep. And there's Helen, just popped up. Thank God I have just finished that. That's been an absolute week's work, and it hasn't just been like the writing time. Because there's been a lot of times when I could have just sat here and finished that article in a day or two. It's been all the in-between and the outthinking shit and like, what am I going to do? And then finding all the info and then watching everything just to see and just look for little things. I've got a playlist, or me watch later list, just off this article alone. I had 170 tabs open, and then the watch later list in YouTube's about 170 videos long, just from the past week, basically. Nice one, Mark. Nice one. And I hope it stays enough on Burning Man type of things, but again, there's like, I had to get it away. Not away, but I had to like, it was Burning Man, and then like, why this time of year, and connected rituals, which then took us into, summarise for us a little bit, just with the images, which then took us into the timeline part, and yeah, just like how it just blending it all in and just sort of keeping it relevant, but it really is all relevant. The point of Burning Man being a point of this article is the connecting rituals. That's the whole point. The 88 days from right there. I just want to show people who weren't at the start. So this is the hexagon which we see around Burning Man. This is like the sort of city which is like shaped like a crescent moon, but or a sea on its side. But then it also started to depict to me when we put all the when I put the, you know, like the star around the pentagon. In fact, shall I dive into Google Earth to give you a little mooch in here? This is time to chill out now a little bit. Chill. Right. So then we'll get over there. This is what I mean. Oh, we've got to put it. Oh. There. Right, okay. So now, what I'm just trying to show you here, there's the ram. There's the ram's horns around this Satan figure. Them ones there that comes down to the blue lines. Circle in here. That's the pentagon. Yeah, the pentagon around it. This is the Baphomet pentagram overlaid perfectly into it. And so them streets there seem to like take the shape of not just being the horns of like Satan's more traditional pointy horns into ram's horns. So it just looks like two sets of horns in there. One going up and one inverted going down. And then what the fuck? Oh, I have my next little step plans in there then, but I forgot where I was going. So where's all this going in there, explaining pan? Next part was this, the layout within Burning Man. Still trying to think what I was going to say then next. Oh yeah, this is, yeah. So then, just for people who weren't in here for the start of it all, what we see, yeah, I then done. Let me just put the pentagram back in for you. And then what this line is, this is like the inverted crucifix, which is just making up the spine. There's the across section, there's the down. These lines here, look at that, looks like a sort of a, more like a crystal ball now, doesn't it? With the shapes here. This section that sort of comes off the streets, the blue, comes down the very edge, look. Very edge of these structures, these buildings, what they all like sleep in, do everything in. And this one here. So as we see in 4 on the clock, 1600 hours if you want, or 4 on the clock. And over this side, this one comes off this, from this circle here, if this was a clock face, and this outer red circle, this line here, this blue line, which comes down the sides of the streets, and then if you just sort of follow, if you follow that up and right around, that's what gives us the other ram horns. But then between the 4 here on the clock and the 4 and the 40, that's what put me on to thinking about 440 human residents, etc. Blah blah blah. So that's where we come on to then, which then 440 took us into, there's the as above so below, with the pyramid, there's the black sun. I've just remembered I haven't got a picture of the black sun on here now, so see there's a few little things just for me to fatten this out with still, but it'll be a little bit of a bonus edition for anyone who comes over and reads it. So I'm just coming now to show you. Again, this is just for people. So this is where I was saying like 440, going about like 440 hertz here, is that what's going on? But then we see by typing into Strong's Bible Hub that 440, the word anthrax, comes out of it. It's got one occurrence, 440, Strong's Greek, one occurrence, anthrax. Anthrax means coal, charcoal, burning coal, which I just thought was highly, highly weird. But then we learn that anthrax was the 6th of the 10 plagues of Egypt, and it's who are they called? Who thought this? The National Library of Medicine, who claim this, and they advised the Hebrew. Who did he advise? Says here, the Hebrew Language Academy is therefore advised to adopt the findings of this paper and confirm the name of the illness in Israel. So in the Bible, Shaheen is mentioned as the 6th of the 10 plagues in Egypt, and also as the disease that affected Job. The natural cause of the condition, as described in the Bible, matches the clinical symptoms of anthrax as we know it today. This is just the earlier parts, and then anthrax, we all know where we've heard about that before. Yep. Anthrax is a weapon But then it also says that it's just a disease that can attack livestock and crops, but then we do know it does get turned into, allegedly, if you to believe them clowns, the US and UK government saying that Saddam Hussein had the ability to generate anthrax attacks from mobile bioweapons labs within 45 minutes, as if we could ever forget. So then we go into this here, census, more imagery from the BlackRock website, census, which then 70,000 dead. Now we see the census number 70,000 aligned up to with the amount of people that we've seen allegedly trapped at Burning Man, and fiber optic network companies all over right now setting it all up. There seems to be a current theme of things burning here lately, and I believe dozens of fiber optic network companies that are all over right now setting it all up, and that wouldn't be such a bad shout either. And the energy companies, there's an energy company out there, isn't it, that's always all over these events. Then they'll go and switch the power off, but then they're dictating how people live when they're having these bad times. Remember all the Aachen, remember all the transformers were all blowing up that year and all fucking blue lights, but these all start blowing up, you'd see like flashes in the sky, like blue flashes in the sky, and then like the next thing, all these fucking transformers and everything were all blowing up, and that was in 2019. That 2019 was mad. 2019 was crazy, absolutely crazy. Nonyon, hello. Did I mention the box they burned to reveal Athena, the war god? No. And you'd mentioned it to me yesterday as well and said go and look at Athena, and I completely forgot, otherwise I would have put it on for you. But nice one for making it in though as well. So the census, just quickly, while I'm just briefing what's been going on. So the census, 70,000, there's the number, 70,000 people getting stranded in, allegedly stranded. You're not stranded in a festival that you've got no intentions of leaving for about another few days anyway. So what happened in the Bible was David performed a census. King David performed a census. God wasn't happy. God gave him 3 choices for his punishment. It was 3 years of famine in the land, 3 months of fleeing from his enemies, which he didn't quite fancy that either, because, you know, he probably would have got hold of him and killed him, so he shit himself. The last choice was, 3 days of plague in your land. So then it says, think it over and decide. So they were the choices that were sent to him. David said, oh, I'm shitting myself. Let us all fall into the hands of the Lord. So they were saying, I'd rather deal with God, saying that he's more scared of man than God. So for his mercy is great, but do not let me fall into the hands of men. God sent a plague on Egypt from that morning until the end of the time designated, which was 3 days, and 70,000 people from Dan to Beersheba died. And again, I just wonder, posed the question, was the plague that got sent, was it anthrax? Again, you know, but the 70,000 all over Burning Man, and it's an inversion of what happens in Egypt during the biblical Exodus when the Israelites left Egypt guided by Moses. Story mirrors what we saw at Burning Man, with 70,000 leaving a location that has Egypt set deep within its grounds. Then we look at some of the pyramids and some of the layouts over in Burning Man. Look at the light coming down on this as well. Very, 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 very purposeful. The pyramid above has an all-seeing eye at the crown and capstone of the structure. All-seeing means omnipresent. This is more satanic replications of God. Then we see the capstone, the floating capstone, hasn't quite been fitted yet, hasn't completed the mission, the plans are still incomplete. Blackrock City, all-seeing eyes, floating pyramids, again, that one, see-through, all this is like coloured, but this part is like see-through because again, it's just trying to pick the floating one. This over here, big massive X, Burning Man logo, also mirroring what we see Twitter, Burning Man project, and look, put a little dot in, look, Same shit, different toilet. Alchemy. This is called the Alchemist, this attraction at the Burning Man. Oh, look at these. And this. And this is the Crescent Moon what I was going on about. When we seen another one of them not long ago towards the end of this. Which is then horned, looks like a horned deity, symbols of the horned deities you have seen as. But Venus, and this, you often see Venus, don't you, with the Crescent Moon as well. Today, when I started this live stream, September the 10th, 2023, it was 13 years since CERN's Large Hadron Collider was first started up. Again, we're in a little bit of a timeline here, and this has just popped right into the middle of it all. 10 Commandments of Burning Man, they've actually got their own list of 10 principles, which is just insane, and they're all like just New Age, neo-paganism bullshit. That's all of them. 10 Commandments of Burning Man, and then there's the timeline, where I think all the people who came in about halfway through will have seen a lot of this, but then we've got the set of dates here, which is a little bit of a timeline, which then forms why Burning Man was a connecting ritual into all of this, just with the dates and the times and everything. Remember, Burning Man started 27 days after the Maui fires. Sorry, I'm getting very tired now. I'm literally going, when it ends at this, I'm going to be straight to bed. That's the part we went through there, I think. This is now talking about the... So Burning Man effigy started on the 9th of September the 4th, which is 27 days after the Maui fires, which were on 8/8, the 88s. These are the little timelines around that. Sorry, I'm literally nearly falling asleep on myself here. Mad, just went proper tired. Yeah, I'm gonna end it there and stop talking. And just chill out for this next little couple of minutes. That's us done. The music's still on in the background, it is, I just can't hear it because the headphones are on the floor. Lower it down. But yeah, that's me, I'm done here. My work for the night is done. I am going to sit off for another couple of minutes with you though. What I do, just say good night and God bless. And literally run to bed, and I think I'll be asleep in a few minutes. I am literally, I'm just going to finish my little smoke here now. And then going to bed in a couple of moments. But thank you for sitting here for that long. I had no idea it was going to literally take that long, but I'm not really surprised though. I did, sort of. 4:27. I thought it was going to take about 6 hours to do that. I did. I'd prepared myself for 6 hours. So to do it in less than that, a bonus. But Mentor, it's good to see you, and everyone else who's just more attracted to this type of information than whatever the fuck else has been going on for the past 2 years. Good to see you as well, and then people who are still here like Helen and everyone who'll just watch everything. I hope you enjoyed that, but yeah, I am going to bed very, very soon. Macby, good night, God bless to you as well, and thanks for being here. It's good to see you. Good to see you. And yeah, after so long, I can only sit in my seat for so long, like just slumped in it, you know, like just pure concentrating. Because when I'm reading, the body shape then, like my head will go down while I'm looking up at the telly, which is higher than me. I don't have plant myself in this chair, and my ass is killing me. Oh my god, I need to go for a jog. I have been tracking this time. Yeah, I'm not reading. I am not reading another thing. I don't want to see another word. Let's get back in this chat here with you for a minute. I can see the chat here on the tablet. But yeah, no more words, please. My head's spinning off words. Thanks, Menza, mate. Good to see you. And yeah, again, there'll probably be some little follow-up reports to all things that I forgot about on this. So yeah, you can all just start sloping off. and I am just literally just going to relax for another few more minutes. And yeah, went on forever. I felt like the writing went on forever. I was thinking, oh, I've got that many things to still come in, and you know what? That, as I said, that ends up rushed, if anything, at the end. I knew that was going to happen just because I had a deadline to it for myself. But like, still have this done for the 11th, like I said. So I know there's loads of little points that I could have added into that. Say like it's 7,000 words, that could have been 10,000 words, but then it's all the extra screenshots and shit which come with that, which like drag it out forever then. Yeah, maybe I will return into that and just fill some more little points out. But yeah, Selena made it all night. Nice one, and to everyone else as well who's in the background there. Let's see how many years are talking. Make yourself. There seems to be a current theme of things being down here lately. Yep. Comment. Ellen, thank you. Thanks for being here all night. Boots and Boots as well. You've done a long one tonight. I have literally got SGA on my doorstep, I'm not joking. I've said I'm just turning the stove off. Help, what's happening? And yeah, literally everywhere. There's a lot of SGA around here as well. But yeah. Gang of Robin Lanes banging me doors down 365 times. Do not, yeah, is it? Yeah. I read that before, but I've only just seen it now, Mensa. Like registered it, sorry, I read it before, but 365 times it says do not feed the barb. Nice, nice, nice. One for every day. One for every day of the year. I knew that. That's what we're here. Just don't spend money on crap. Time is short, so they'll definitely ramp up their deathly agenda. I agree. This is a massive Depop agenda before 2025, so this is the last full winter before then. Yep. And what happens in September is the Vids don't either get all the intrusions and stick them in people's arms who are like old. So then that weakens them, and then in November you get them intrusion arrows out again and stick them in all the kids' arms. And when you've already weakened all the grannies in September, next thing that happens is all the kids all start going and shedding all over all the grannies who've already been weakened, and then it kills them all off. And literally, I can prove with the fucking numbers and the research, and then go and watch that Oakford report stuff, because I did put it back on my channel. I can absolutely prove that what I've just said is absolute nailed on fact. And if any fucker in the world wanted to argue, that's us. I'd be more than happy to go and argue with them, because I've still got all of that research and all of that data as well. All of it. And that's the cull. That's the cull. That's the depopulation every year. And that pattern started when the V's first started getting used, and flu jabs and all this shit. We know what we're talking about, and if anything, I'll be going over that again. Go and have another little look over at that company in Liverpool who likes to make these dark-like intrusions what go in people's arms, where all of this bullshit started, in my opinion. Yeah, I might have to visit that again just to have a look what they've got on the menu this year. Because remember, it was 12.4 million that they sent out that year, that September. It was. But anyway, on that note, I am going to end it right now. A big massive thank you to everyone who is here, instead of me going through and reading all the names off like I normally do. But I am just going to get this ended. The quicker I can end it, you can all get to bed as well. So this is Enchanted LifePath TV, and thanks for watching, and see you everyone. Good night, God.